communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and external causes. These graphs show the proportion broken down by causes for men and women. The report shows the same graphs for each of the countries of the region. In general terms, non-communicable diseases, which are the ones in blue, predominate and increase up to 2019. For men, it is about 70% of all the causes of death, and for women, 80%. These are the non-communicable diseases. Communicable diseases in red decrease in relative importance, except for the pandemic years. The pandemic triggered the number of deaths by communicable diseases, both in men and women, from women from 13 to 36, and in women from 15 to 34. External causes at the bottom are greater for men than women, about 16% for men and 5% for women. These are causes associated to violence and accidents, which is an entire issue regarding the behavior of men dying for those external causes. The greatest demographic transformation is aging. In 2050, 1.8 times of people than we have times higher than we have today. We see the projection. This graph goes over to the year 2100. The region, the red line, has undergone and will continue to undergo a more rapid aging process compared to other parts of the world, which are the other lines. This is a result of the rapid drop in the fertility rate and as well as that of mortality. In 1950, people aged 60 and more were 5% of the population, 5.2. Something similar to the one in Africa, which is 5.3. And in absolute terms, it is estimated that 8.7 million persons in 1950. However, since the mid-60s, the number of persons in Latin America increased considerably, and this trend continues, as you can see in the graph, compared to Asia, which is the gray line. This year, 2026, 15% of the population in the region is age 60 or more. This percentage is similar to the global average, and we speak about 101 million persons aged above 60. However, it is foreseen that by 2050, the proportion of persons aged 60 and more in Latin America and the Caribbean will be about 25%. So that would mean about 183 million persons above the proportions of Asia, Oceania, and closer to the values in North America and Europe. By 2100, it is estimated that persons in the region, the age population, will be 38% of the entire population, very close to the one estimated for Europe that same year. And this would be about 233 million persons aged over 60. Imagine the change. It's almost unimaginable. So this is a major change regarding the age composition.
One way of understanding the speed of the process in our region is that the region is aging in just a few decades, and it took Europe more than a century to do so. The consequences for public policies in the areas of health, infrastructure, care, migration, and others are massive. This aging process also changes the population's age structure, and there's been an increase in the median age, reflecting an increasingly older population. In 1950, the median age for the entire region was 18 years, 18.3. In 2024, it rose to 31, and it is estimated that by 2050, it will be 40 years, 40.5, the median ages. So looking at this more in detail, the aging process continues a trend that we have been calling to and we referred to yesterday, and you already know about it. It's called the aging of the aging, the fact that the population age 80 and over is increasing its share among the total number of people over 60. You can see that in the dark shaded line at the lower part of the chart. In 2050, there will be 2.7 times more people aged 80 and over than today. They will represent 5% of the total population. That's for people aged 80 and over. And in that group, there will be a prevalence of women because of the longer life expectancy of women. It's estimated that in 2075, within 50 years, people aged 80 and over will represent 10% of the total population. So it's going to double from that 5% to 10%. People aged 80 and over face higher risks of loss of autonomy, functional limitations, disability, and that generates a greater demand for care, and they have more specific needs. There's a special demand for long-term care. In terms of the prevalence of women, the indicator is the femininity index, which measures the number of women per 100 men, and you can also see that in the graph. Because of the greater survival of women, female predominance is further accentuated in the population aged 80 and over. In 2026, the femininity index was at 153 women for every 100 men. And it's projected that this indicator will decline in the coming decades. Another important demographic trend is the reduction in household size and the restructuring of families. On the left, you can see the median of families in 2020-24 for 18 Latin American countries. We can see that the household size decreased from 4.3 to 3.3 people, a reduction of one person in only 24 years. We're talking about the average household size. This decline, which was driven mainly by the fall in fertility, is seen across all the socioeconomic groups with varying intensities. The historical pattern of larger household sizes is observed in the poorest households. Those are the first and second quintiles. And from 20 to 2024, the number of children fell by 1.1 people, which is the steepest fall seen in the poorest households, while in those households in the richest quintile, the fifth quintile, it fell by 0.8. The graph on the right shows the distribution of households by type, which would be single-person households, two-parent households with children, couple without children, single-parent, and then large and composed households by quintile. What it shows is that while the average size of households tends to shrink, internal structures maintain a diversity which is influenced by socioeconomic context. The poorer the quintile, the greater the prevalence of two-parent households with children. In turn, for large composite households, these are always the second most common type of households within the poorest quintiles. On the contrary, in the richest quintile, we see a greater presence of single-person households, equivalent to 27% of the total, more than 3 times that of the poorest quintile, and couples without children represent or account for 16.4%. In addition, in the richest quintile, two-parent households with children and large and composite households have fallen to a minimum value of 26 and 18% rounding up, respectively. We will move on to the issue now of migration, interregional migration. In 2024, the total number of migrants of regional origin was at 48.3 million people. It's 27.4 million people. And so 56% of those resided in North America. In Europe, there's 6.1 million migrants from Latin America, representing 12.7%. And in the region, most of those migrants are migrate to Spain, which account for 4.1 million. In the region, there's an estimated 14 million migrants, 29.1% of the total, mainly in South America. There's 10.9 million. The graph on the left shows the variation of extra-regional migrants, and regional migrants and extra-regional migrants for the decade since the year 2000. So intra-regional migration has increased significantly between 2010 and 2024, especially in 2010, when around 65% of migrants in the region, in Latin America and the Caribbean, came from another country from the same region. And in 2024, this proportion exceeded 80%. Thinking about the net results of human mobility, although intra-regional migration has increased, it has not been enough to offset population loss resulting from emigration to other regions. So Latin America and the Caribbean, therefore, remains in a net negative migratory balance between 2015 and 24. This balance rose from approximately 26 million to more than 31 million people. So it's a negative balance. Although we have this negative balance, there are important differences in terms of the migration profile of each country. That's to say, there are countries in which traditionally immigration has been higher than immigration, and others in which the opposite has occurred. The graph on the right shows net migration outflow by country and territory. It's quite tricky to read, but you have it in your documents. And in particular, the growth of Venezuelan migration from 2016 to countries in the region, especially to Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, is noteworthy. To conclude, the final trend is that of urbanization. Urbanization has been the main territorial demographic change we've seen in the region in the last 70 years. Its growth has had important economic, social, political, cultural, and environmental effects, and has profoundly changed the distribution of the population in the region. The graph on the left shows the urban population in various regions of the world. As you can see, Latin America and the Caribbean, the red line, experienced one of the fastest processes of urbanization among different regions of the world, and today is one of the most urbanized in the world. While in 1950, about 42% of the population lived in cities, at the beginning of the 21st century, this figure reached 76%, and in 2025, 82%. The graph to the right compares the region in 2025 in terms of urban population, and what the graph shows is that the urbanization processes have been uneven amongst the countries in the region. Countries like Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay have experienced early and sustained urbanization, whilst Brazil and Venezuela had a more rapid growth, in contrast to countries like Guatemala, which had lower growth rates compared to the regional average. And then we have the movement of youth, and the relative weight has reduced of the young population in the field, which has caused a more rapid aging of rural areas, whilst urban centres have a concentration of working age population. That's a big issue because we have fewer youth in rural areas to do the work, and we have fewer people to work in agriculture, and those people, that's an aging population. So that concludes my contribution, and it's a pleasure to hand over now to Simone, who will present the rest of this report. Good morning. As Jose Manuel said, the countries in our region are undergoing a very profound and rapid demographic transition, faster than others in the world. And here we've presented you a new novel methodology to show what's happening in our countries, what the profile is of our countries in terms of demographic change. And this is important because it's a priority for the Montevideo Consensus. And although all of these principles are regional, but then we have to bring them down to the country level. So demographic transition can be divided into 4 stages, depending on the population growth and their variables, birth rates, and death rates. So there's a pre-transition level where we have high levels of mortality, high levels of fertility, and then we have the initial transition stage in which mortality rate begins to drop. And there we see lots of population growth, high population growth. We then reach the 3rd stage, which is the advanced stage, and that's the stage that we are at as a region. And it's not only that mortality decreases, but we also see that fertility rates experience a steep drop. And finally, there is then a post-transition phase in which population growth is stationary or 0. So traditional indicators for measuring demographic change are low fertility and low life expectancy. But what is new here is that we have added 2 new variables which are particularly relevant to our region, which are the adolescent fertility rate and child mortality rate, because we can there see that we have some delays and some of our territories and countries are lagging behind. So we analyze this data, applying it to everyone, but also carried out a specific country analysis of 47 countries and regions, territories in Latin America. And we carried out a hierarchical cluster analysis of these 4 indicators, but basically we looked at each of the indicators for the country to group together similar profiles. So when we look at all the countries in the planet for which we have data for these 4 variables, we can see, this is the data in the 2nd column, we can see that the countries of the world are divided across all the countries from the very high to very low. So for each of the variables, every country of the world is distributed in a very heterogeneous fashion, whilst in Latin America and the Caribbean, the distribution is more homogeneous, given the demographic transition stage that we're in, which is the advanced stage. So there is no country or territory in the region, for example, that has a total fertility rate higher than 3.5 women per woman. There are also we also don't have very low fertility rates in any of the countries, which would be less than 5 per 1,000 adolescent women. There's only 1 country that has very high death rates and low life expectancy. And there's only 1 country that's at the very high level or very low level of child mortality. However, although we're more homogeneous than other countries in the planet, of course there are differences in our countries. And so this is what we were analyzing. We were looking at the differences, and to that end, we put together 5 groups from 2024, according to their stage at the demographic transition. So we have the first group, which is in the very advanced stage, with low mortality and fertility rates, very, very low rates. Here we're talking about countries such as Chile and Uruguay, and they have aging populations.
This group over here accounts for 20% of the population. The largest group is the one that is one of the advanced group. These are the largest countries of the region, Brazil, Mexico. That is why 71 to 72% of all the regional population has a similar profile compared to the first one, but there is a sort of delay in adolescent fertility, in child mortality, because this reflects inequalities within our country's territories for economic reasons or reasons of race. Then there is a transition group, which is the full category. 11% of the population is in this group, where the fertility rates are intermediate levels, and adolescent fertility is higher. These are Central American countries. And finally, there is the moderate transition group, where there is intermediate fertility, which is still higher, 2.1 children per woman, and there is a still high child mortality, although this has dropped in recent years. And finally, we have the delayed transition profile with very high fertility and mortality rates. And now we will refer to the socio-economic impacts of all these demographic changes and the challenges this poses for public policies. This is a topic that is well known, that of the demographic dividend. So this is where the population increases, the persons in working age increase compared to the dependent population, young boys and girls and adolescents, and the aged population. So this opportunity for economic growth, for poverty reduction, and for well-being. Now, regionally, this will come to an end in 2028, according to UN data, because in that year, the demographic dependency relationship will begin to increase again. On the left, we have the information for Latin American countries, according to ECLAC, and on the right, we have the information of the 18 Caribbean countries. Although 2028, we see an average in 5 out of the 20 countries, this window of opportunity, this dividend has come to an end in 13 out of 18 Caribbean countries. That window has also closed. Now, this leads us to speak about what happens in the labor market. The labor force is still increasing, but at a lower pace, and it is also aging. So these are the famous population pyramids. They used to be called like this because in 1980, in yellow, we have the total population, and in blue, you have the core, the labor force. This was broken down by age and sex. What you can see here are two things. One is the aging of the general population, but also of the labor force. And the labor force has clearly grown from 1980 to date, and it continues to grow. But a major drive has been the greater incorporation of women into the labor market. You see here the values. In the past, it was only 27.6% back in the 80s, and currently the percentage of women accounts for 43% of the labor force, and by 2050, it will be accounting for 45%. But we're still very far from equality, both in participation rate and, of course, of many more market indicators in the labor sector. A very relevant topic that was also mentioned yesterday is that of aging. Aging brings about major challenges for the pension systems. As we have seen in the future, the population in that the working population will continue to drop. There's a greater access to pensions, and pensions will be paid for a longer period of time. So this implies a greater fiscal pressure and also affects financial sustainability, and contributions should also be relevant in order to have adequate conditions of life. In the region, there has been a major response to this, mostly from the contributory sector, but also progress in the non-contributory area, which has allowed many elderly to exit the poverty. But we still face the challenge of insufficient pensions. This is calculated based on whether a person directly has no pension or if this pension is below the poverty line. So we relate this insufficient pension value with the percentage of people aged above 65 that remain in the labor market. Now, the idea is that if we are free, of course, we want to continue working until an advanced age. But if possible, we'd also like to rest. What we note in reality is that in the countries with insufficient pensions, there's a high percentage of insufficient pensions. There's also a very high participation of the elderly in the labor market. So the elderly are forced to work. And this you can see at the bottom right of the graph, countries like Brazil, like Chile, like Uruguay. There are low percentages of insufficient pensions, but there's also a low percentage of participation of the elderly in the labor market. And of course, aging, in addition to the challenges posed to pensions, also poses challenges to healthcare and the care systems as well. We still have in the region the challenge of responding to the need of infancy, of people with disabilities, of persons with diseases. But we also now face the challenge of the care of the elderly, particularly of those who have functional dependency, who are not independent to dress or other things. On the graph, we see the units of total care, a specific indicator on the yellow line. There is the demand for care in childhood, and in the pale blue line is the demand for care for the elderly. And the top line shows that the unit that dropped, because there was a drop in the number of children, it will now begin to increase. So we now face the challenge of considering the care of the elderly without this implying, as has been traditional, a burden for women who dedicate twice or three times as much of the time to care. This is unpaid care. And when we will see why women are not in the labor market, more than 50%, I think about 50% of the cases, this is because they have to dedicate their time to care of other persons. A very strong impact in terms of public policies is that of the impact on education. From now until 2050, the school-age population will fall by 38 million persons. This is no minor issue and forces us to consider different types of investments, for example, in terms of quality, in ongoing learning throughout life. The graph shows that the impact is unequal. This depends on the education level. On preschool learning, there's a decrease in the demand. And then for other levels, such as primary education, this will continue to 2032. And for secondary education, this will occur later on. But these are data that we need to take into account when we manage and plan education. We have also spoken a lot about mortality and fertility, but the third variable that changes is that of migration. This also has an impact. These movements and the numbers that Jose Manuel shared with us has a demographic impact. For example, for the more aged countries that receive migrations, there is a temporary relief to the factor of aging. Here we see information for Chile, for Costa Rica, between 2014 and 2022. Over time, Costa Rica, 1/5 of the births were from foreign mothers. And in Chile, the orange bar shows how this percentage has also increased. Of course, this is a temporary relief, But we must admit and recognize this, because this is also part of the demography and also the greater contribution that migrants make to development. This is also referred to in the Montevideo Consensus and in the Global Compact for Migration. And so to promote this inclusion, to promote the social and economic development, to protect the rights of migrants. So this is basic conditions. Regularization is essential, it is necessary, but it is still insufficient. We still need to have an active labor market policies, formalization policies, as well as recognizing skills and qualifications. To go towards the end of this presentation, I'd like to refer to the public policies that resume the Montevideo Consensus, and also in the light of this demographic change, with a focus in 6 areas. Universal social protection and decent work is one of the first areas of actions, care policies and services, then work-life balance policies, sexual and reproductive health, healthy aging, and education. Of course, as I was saying, these are of a more general and regional nature, but we have to view these in the light of the phase in which the countries are regarding demographic transition. Universal social protection and decent work are of key importance to overcome the threefold structural bias of age, the socioeconomic level, and the gender. So we do need to have this comprehensive architecture, which is inclusive, which protects right and covers the entire life cycle. A very clear message here is investing in childhood, overcoming poverty, and reducing inequalities, because this is still a pending issue. We see that the poverty rates in all our countries are higher in childhood compared to any other age group. And this is something that countries are doing. This is done with money transfers, more education and health, but more has yet to be done. In addition to that, we have to provide economic security for older persons through better pensions and also promoting decent work throughout the life cycle, in addition to fighting against age discrimination for aged persons who wish to remain active in the labor market. And also, there's an important message from the Montevideo Consensus involving social protection and the labor market. We also have to have policies that are differentiated and intercultural, that respect individual and collective rights of the indigenous peoples and also of the Afro-descendant populations altogether. This goes hand in hand with the great message that arose from the Tlatelolco commitment last year, which is the care society as a proposal so that our society can have a greater gender equality and a more well-being for the entire population. The second point, as I was saying, is to advancing in terms of care services. This includes adequate infrastructure and entitlements.
We have to think about this issue of long-term care for older people, people who are undergoing palliative care. We have to look at this issue of social and gender corresponsibility. We also face the challenge of financing of this care system, and we also want this to be a policy which involves good laws, good national public policy, but it has to also be implemented at the ground level, reach the people. We need that intersectorality and that interaction with the government. We shouldn't see this just as an expense, but also as an opportunity for investment to create jobs. And we can we consider that by investing in care, the region could generate more than 31.3 million jobs by 2035. So the third area, the work-life balance, sexual and reproductive health as well, try to create conditions so that people are able to develop their life projects and decide freely and equally and with well-being. So we have to consider the demographic variables, but we have to ensure that people have decent living conditions so that they can have this balance, this work-life balance, that family has access to childcare, for example. There should also be a parental leave. There should be financial support for families, flexibility in the organization of working time. And in terms of sexual and reproductive health, we need integrated services into primary health care systems with a preventative and rights approach. We still face the huge challenge of improving the quality of care, especially thinking about the different population groups. This group needs to be broken down by sex, age, race, ethnicity, and persons with disabilities. We also need to have specialized teams to be able to respond to the different needs. We have the good example of the progress that has been made in reducing adolescent fertility levels. We've had adolescent-friendly care services that have been provided. We have to continue to strengthen that, and we face new challenges as well, or at least it's something that we've been doing recently in the region, which is to expand the supply of assisted reproductive services. Obviously, in view of population aging, from the UN, we're currently in this decade of health. The idea is that we can think about how to promote autonomy, quality of life. And the starting point is recognizing that we're a very unequal society and we have to consider social determinants of health. And everything that happens over the life course is interrelated. These inequalities determined by age, race, sex, and this all has an effect on people's health. So just as much as in social protection, we have to continue to promote universal healthcare systems that have to be accessible, affordable, and high quality. And we also have to make sure that we include the population aging in social protection systems. And then we also have to think about prevention. We're living for more years, so therefore public health, and this is also an issue in which we need to really focus on this issue of the prevention of non-communicable and chronic diseases. And fourthly, very important issue is that of mental health. This is an issue that affects all ages, but particularly older people. And therefore, we have to prevent or care for depressive disorders, anxiety and cognitive impairment, which increase as we age. And the last point, sixth point, is about education. There's a huge change in the number of children accessing education. So we have to think about a system which is more fair, inclusive. We have this challenge of the quality in education as well in our region. So we mustn't reduce budgets for education. We have to improve them to ensure equity in education. We have this challenge still to universalize to have a universal secondary education. As the executive secretary says, we still have a very high adolescent fertility rate. So how are we going to help adolescents, teenagers that have children? We have to have a different view of education. Whether we're talking about secondary education or other levels. And then we also have to focus on this issue of inclusion. It needs to be inclusive for indigenous peoples, Afro-descendant populations, the use of a language and intercultural approaches. So, to close, the message that we heard yesterday from Jose Manuel in his opening remarks, which is that in ECLAC, we are promoting not just what to do, but how to do it. The support that we have from the United Nations in this regard is this issue of technical capacities, operational activities, policy, and prospective capacities, these TOPP, top capacities, that we spoke about yesterday within the next 30, 50 years. So the first issue is we have to continue to strengthen the socio-demographic systems, institutions. This is not the sexiest issue, to put it that way, for an election campaign, but we need solid policies. We need to strengthen our questionnaires, our censuses. We need to have really good statistics about vital events. We need to be able to aggregate all this disaggregated data in order to be able to have this comprehensive statistical information for all population groups. We still face a challenge in our countries to be able to carry out continual training for the populations in development in the public sector. There's a huge amount of need there. And thirdly, this issue of strengthening institutions who are responsible for population and development. There are good examples, of course, in the region. For example, we have the technical director for the organization CONAPO in Mexico here with us, but oftentimes this issue of population and development is in need of coordination mechanisms from the state so that we can really put this issue at the center of public debate and decide how we are going to implement these strategies in the future. And finally, we have the role of civil society, which, as well as being the driver of the Montevideo Consensus, is also responsible for accountability, and we have to involve them increasingly in the development of these policies to be able to implement the Montevideo Consensus, which after 13 years is still extremely relevant and necessary. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinax, and to Simon Cecchine, the Director, the Chief of the CELADE Population Division of ECLAC, for his presentation. We're now going to move on to declarations, statements from the countries who are going to share with us their experiences regarding their policies and trends regarding the Montevideo Consensus. They're going to share with us challenges, good practice, and current priorities. I would kindly ask the countries to hold up their country signs, and then we will give you the floor. El Salvador has asked for the floor. Go ahead. Thank you, Chair. El Salvador reaffirms its commitment to the Montevideo Consensus, which today more than ever requires political will, sovereignty, strategies, and commitment to be able to implement these changes in our region. El Salvador reiterates its commitment to the Montevideo Consensus, which is a roadmap in our world today. We call for decisive action on behalf of the states to respond to the transformations of our socio-demographic realities as were presented this morning. When we looked over the report on demographic changes in Latin America and the Caribbean, our country is going through a historic moment of change after decades in which organized crime has taken away peace from our families. The state has retaken control and sovereignty over the whole territory. Our security, the security of our citizens, has been the pillar for defending our human rights and development. This new reality has allowed us to be able to address demographic changes and the challenges that come with it, we carried out the first housing and population consensus, which was digitalized, and the first ever we've done in our history. By 2023 in El Salvador, we will have more people in Salvador who are older persons than children. So we have moved forward by 12 years this aging process in the country. This exercise, furthermore, allows us to adopt international standards in terms of territorial classification and to project the population towards 2050. So with this, we confirm that we have a window of opportunity in terms of demographic dividend, which is more favorable than we thought. And so with this situation, El Salvador's government is governing proactively through public policies which are coordinated and synchronized. In the framework of Chapter C of the Consensus, pension reform of 2023 guarantees a minimal amount of $400 to protect those who have the lowest income. Thanks to the security strategy that we have implemented in our countries, we have recovered 11 million properties that have been under criminal ownership, and we have been able to restore them to their rightful owners. In terms of care and inclusion, we implemented a national policy for co-responsibility in care from 2020 to 2030 and territorial programs on aging, whose results we will present later on in the relevant panel. In terms of we have put together an interconnected network called El Nido, and this is helping the issue of maternal mortality, and we've also strengthened the availability of inputs for family planning across the country. We recognize in the technical and strategic support of UNFPA, very especially their help in El Salvador. Thank you for their support in the 2024 census and in the initiatives to prevent teenage pregnancies. Mr. Chair, our vision for the future prioritizes the adaptation of public infrastructure and incentivizes the reincorporation of the demographic issues to design intelligent cities and resilient health systems. In line with the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration, we are going to increase regular migration, strengthening the link with our diaspora through the strategy of El Salvador Más, and we have put into action a plan for up until 2050, and we're going to look at the human donation as a key of our population dynamics, which is a motor driving force for our development. So we want to anchor these developments in legal frameworks and universal frameworks, as we have been doing. We want to highlight the process of the United Nations as an international instrument legally binding on the human rights of older persons. We need the region to participate in a decisive manner in these negotiations in order to base our policies on multilateralism and international law, just as we do in terms of child issues. In terms of migration, we believe this is something that the states should promote regionally. El Salvador reaffirms that the sustainability of development covers all stages of life. We are continuing to build the basis for our population so that it can not only live longer, but that it can do so with security and prosperity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will now hear from Cuba. Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished delegates and colleagues from Latin America and the Caribbean, we would like to convey our warmest recognition and our deepest thanks to ECLAC, to the UNFPA, and to the Uruguayan government for receiving us. We're here with the shared conviction that destiny and the well-being of our societies are a common commitment. I would like to convey my condolences and my solidarity with the people and governments from Cuba to Colombia and Venezuela. We
express our solidarity with the major losses they have suffered in terms of people and infrastructure. We thank ECLAC for the report that covers a detailed situation of Latin America and the Caribbean in its demographics, as well as useful recommendations for public policies in these urgent topics. Mr. Chair, my country, Cuba, which is a small island state, development state that has suffered natural disasters and the effect of a devastating economic, commercial, and financial bloc for more than 6 decades, has never hesitated in supporting in an active manner all issues related to population developments towards the neighboring nations. Talent, vocation, and human efforts of our people have generated true integration bridges. Proof of this is a imprint in collective health through Operation Miracle that returned the eyesight to millions of citizens in the Americas, or the impact of Manuel Espejo conducting surveys for the biopsychosocial study that allowed to identify those who live with disabilities. At the same time, the knowledge of our educators led to the program I Can, eradicating illiteracy in several parts of the country. This also adds the fact that many young Latin Americans and Caribbeans have received training as doctors at the Latin American School of Medicine, as well as valuable contributions made by our professionals to strengthen the public health policies, the sport policies in several states in the region. In difficult situations such as epidemics, natural disasters, or the COVID-19 pandemic, in those cases, Cuba has shared its vaccines, its scientific sovereignty, and its health expertise. All these actions carried out by Cuba show its commitment with development and with the countries of the region. We wish to reaffirm our commitment with the Montevideo Consensus, with the 2030 Agenda and social justice. We work tirelessly for the benefit of the progress of our citizens. We have applied public policies that are totally aligned with the spirit of the Montevideo Consensus. In Cuba, we have implemented a care policy to respond to the increased aging of the population and the challenges of generational replacement. This is dealt with by a commission chaired by the Prime Minister of our country. At the same time, we have adopted a family code. This is an legislation that is at the forefront and protects the rights of the entire citizens, particularly those of the elderly, of children and the youth, as well as those who provide care. At the same time, it respects sexual and reproductive rights in the country. We have also created regulatory frameworks such as the Code for Children, Youth, and the National Program Against Racism and Racial Discrimination, and the National Program for Advancing of Women, among other initiatives that have a profound social impact. However, this plenary should reflect on an undeniable reality. Today, Cuba sustains this effort in the midst of an economic context that is most complex, enhanced by the blocking of the US and its new energy situation. This affects all the guarantees of our society, including the right to food, the right to health, to sports, to education, to happiness, to psychological stability, and affects a major principle, which is the right to life. At present, strong financial and logistic restrictions prevent the arrival of fuel and medical input to sustain the Cuban population. This poses a question for the entire Latin American and Caribbean. Can a continent fully achieve its sustainable development goals if it allows that one of its members is constrained and cannot have access to the benefits of the rest of the region. This not only weakens that state, but it erodes the collective capacity of the entire zone to respond to crises and to protect its inhabitants. The true regional strength lies in the sum of all the capacities and the mutual capacity without any exclusions. This is one of the conclusions of this outstanding book that I have obtained and was mentioned by the executive director. Ruptures and Opportunities proposals so that Latin America and the Caribbean can prosper in the new geopolitical area. And allow me to quote, the degree to which capacity can be practiced for Latin America and the Caribbean on behalf of an agency depends on its capacity to act collectively, to mobilize its strategic assets, and to articulate positions consistently in global governance. We do not just lay back and think about this. This has been approved by the National Assembly in Cuba. We have approved 176 social and economic transformations with the humans at the center, guaranteeing its progress. Cuba will not stop. We will continue to defend the well-being of our country and share our achievements with the rest of the world. But we make a call to the mature reflection. If the objective of the Montevideo Consensus is not to leave anyone behind, integration, reciprocal cooperation, and cohesion should also be tangible realities, not just a declaration of principles. We make a call in this conference to solidarity with the Cuban people. Thank you very much. Thank you, Cuba. We will now give the floor to the delegation from Brazil. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, it is an honor for the delegation of Brazil to participate in this conference and to discuss the ECLAC report on demographic changes in our region. We acknowledge that Latin America and the Caribbean are undergoing a demographic transition at a rapid pace, featuring a historic drop in fertility rates and a sustained increase in life expectancy. Brazil reaffirms its undeniable support with the full implementation of the action program of Cairo and the Montevideo Consensus. Our position is clear. The population and development policies are only effective when the dignity of human beings and the implementation of the rights have a central place. The ECLAC reports alerts us on the imminent end of the demographic dividend and the aging process of aging, with a marked increase of the 80-plus age group. In view of this reality, Brazil defends a change in paradigm. We have to overcome the previous positions of just providing care and recognize the elderly as protagonists of entitled to rights. We need to fight against ageism and to guarantee digital inclusion and education throughout the entire life cycle. At the Human Rights Council of the United Nations, Brazil is a member of the working group that will prepare a legally binding document on the rights of the elderly. This is when taking on the chair of the working group next year. We will then work towards overcoming this divide and giving the rights to the elderly. A core topic for our delegation is building a real society of care. The report reveals a triple structural strategy in financing well-being. We cannot prevent that. We cannot allow that the work falls on women, limiting their economic autonomy. Brazil proposes recognizing care as a human right and a structuring dimension of public policies while promoting real co-responsibility between state, market, and families. Likewise, our policies should be based on the cross-sectionality to promote gender equality and promote health and protect sexual and reproductive rights. It is essential to recognize the vulnerabilities specifically faced by women, by Afro-descendants and indigenous people, by LGBTQ plus people and persons with disabilities in the aging process. It is also necessary to have encompassing and multidisciplinary policies to assist persons who are homeless. Science and precise data should be the basis to close these structural divides. Finally, we affirm the multilateral commitment as a way to tackle these common challenges. Brazil will continue to work so that the demographic change is not viewed as a burden, but rather as an opportunity to build more productive, inclusive, and solidarity societies where no one is left behind. Thank you. Thank you, Brazil. We now give the floor to France. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor for France to participate in this conference. 13 years after its adoption in this city, the Montevideo Consensus, together with the 2030 Agenda, remains an essential tool to continue with the work to promote inclusion for all in the region without leaving anyone behind. France is committed in the achievement of the 2030 Agenda that seek social protection adopted at national context and universal health care. Through the global program of the ILO for labor and social protection, it provides technical assistance and contributes to projects addressed at having social protection systems adopted by specific countries, including those that are part of ECLAC. France faces an unprecedented situation since the end of the Second World War, to a large extent due to the ongoing drop in the birth rates. The number of deaths has exceeded the number of births. For the first time since 1944, the growth of the population in the country is based on net migration. However, the will to have children among the French is high. The persistent divide between this wish and the real number of births can be explained by several factors, particularly the access to adequate homes and the financial resources. Demographic changes and the loss of autonomy are key challenges that the French authorities recognize. The objective is to build a society that can adapt to these challenges with a focus between preventing the loss of autonomy and fighting social isolation. In the framework of its position, it has decided to entrust the Advisory Committee on Gender Equality with the task of analyzing the demographic change, its economic, social, and political determining factors, and to formulate recommendations for the G7. France seeks to contribute to the development of demographic policies focused on eliminating the social, economic, and structural limitations that prevent the capacity of women to make decisions on their lives and their futures.
Population aging is a common challenge to all regions of the world, and it's an important problem for us, for our modern societies. In France, by 2050, older persons will represent 34% of the population, compared with only 22% of people aged 20 or under, which reflects growing population aging in France. This demographic change poses important structural challenges, especially regarding care for older persons who require regular medical care and daily care in some cases. Population aging is also a challenge for medical systems and social security systems, and therefore also for intergenerational solidarity. In Europe, just as in Latin America and the Caribbean, the increase in life expectancy and the growing number of older persons and chronic diseases is resulting an increased demand in long-term care, as well as support for those who have lost their autonomy and care for caregivers, whilst the working age population that finances the system is reducing. Therefore, it is necessary to think about our current systems and ensure and think about whether they're based on taxes or private insurance. We also have the gender equality as a key issue. Women represent the majority of older persons, and as well as representing most of the caregivers that work in care facilities. Furthermore, their family responsibilities, especially towards parents and older persons, can affect their professional lives. And this brings with it a lowering of their income and pension rights. In France, retired women receive a pension which is 28% lower than those of men, despite the fact that their life expectancy is generally higher. This transformation should enable the development of public policies that are more inclusive and adapted to older persons, and that take into account the inequalities that are exhibited throughout the life course. They should share caregivers and value the professions in the care sector, as well as taking into account gender perspective and in all policies. These would be complementary ways of guaranteeing that all people have the opportunity to age with dignity, autonomy, and equality. France has public policies that prioritize older persons, and they try to maintain them in their homes for the longest time possible. The aim is to ensure that they can stay with their families for as long a time as possible to ensure greater quality of life. Caregivers play a key role, even though it's often an invisible role. Caregivers are key to this view and this vision of hoping that older persons can stay in their home. So we want to try to support a more structured and comprehensive support for these caregivers. This would involve providing economic compensation for the caregivers. The social benefits should be more effective and comprehensive, and therefore France is committed to the ongoing efforts to improve conditions for caregivers. no country can claim to have all the answers to be able to meet all the challenges that we face in light of the declining fertility rates and population aging. But France would like to participate in this collective effort in the framework of the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development, and reiterates our support to this rights-based solidarity and equality approach. Thank you very much. Thank you to the representative of France. We will now turn to Mexico. Thank you, Chair. It's a great opportunity to participate in this regional conference on population and development in Latin America and the Caribbean. The government of Mexico reaffirms its commitment to the general principles of the Montevideo Consensus. The principles and the priority measures of this consensus have guided our public policy, and they have been the basis for the development of our current national plan on population, whose guidelines are lined up with 90 of the priority measures of the consensus of Montevideo. This is we have a consistent framework with the national development program in my country. We want to place at the center this struggle to reduce inequality gaps and to be able to include all people. Our main principle is first for the good of all and first of all the poor, which is included in the Mexican Constitution. So we have outlawed all discrimination, which is on grounds of ethnicity, gender, disabilities, social status, health status, religion, opinions, sexual preferences, civil status, or anything else that goes against human dignity. In a regional context of deep changes and debates which question some of these consensuses, we consider that it is key to preserve the agreements that we have reached. And even more, we value the necessity of having to accelerate its implementation in all the territories of our continent. Mexico will promote the results, the outcome of this conference, and we will make sure they have a human rights-based approach and that they're based on non-discrimination principles, on interculturality, on the life course, and on scientific evidence. The first initiative taken by our first women president in Mexico was to reform Article 4 of the Constitution, which stipulates that the state will guarantee the exercise of the substantive rights of women, as well as protecting the right to a life free from violence. After this, the commitment of Mexico expressed last August in the Regional Conference on Women for Latin America and the Caribbean establishes the Decade of Action for achieving gender equality and the care society. In our region, the increase in women in the labor market, the new trends of international mobility, the decline in fertility, rapid aging, as well as changes in the structure and size of families, call on our countries to design policies that will predict these new demographic scenarios and that will foster measures to deal with these in a timely fashion and to make the most of these trends. We no longer need to reduce the total fertility rate, but we need to guarantee the rights and the exercise of the sexual and reproductive rights, as well as this issue of postponed childbearing. We need to avoid adolescents halting their social mobility or their progression because they are looking after children at such a young age. Reducing territorial inequalities within and beyond our countries should be our highest priority. Today we focus on integral approach of human mobility, which coordinates tensions between structural migration causes, including the protection of human rights, inclusive socioeconomical inclusion of women in all contexts of mobility. Finally, we hope that this conference will allow us to learn from the experiences of all of you and to be able to strengthen the institutionality of our population policies in the countries in our region. Because we know that today, more than ever, regional cooperation could be a strategic synergy to overcome the gaps in inequality and the differences. This is an ethical imperative. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the delegation of Mexico. Give the floor to Guatemala. Sakarikin Buenogel, good morning to all of you. Guatemala is undergoing a decisive point in its demographic transition. We are still a young society and we are in the demographic dividend window, but fertility is declining, aging is increasing, and urbanization is advancing, as well as human mobility and aging. These changes are happening in an uneven way across territories and populations. In view of this, we can see that progress has been made in the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus. The maternal mortality ratio went from 122 for live births per woman to 85 in 2022. So we've increased social coverage, and we have increased social coverage over the life course. We have also made progress in updating national policies for the promotion of women in the national policy on disabilities and in the development of an integral comprehensive care system. At the same time, we've strengthened disaggregated information and the interagency cooperation on statistics on disability and migration. There are still important challenges involving reducing inequalities and poverty, increasing formal employment, reducing pregnancies in children and adolescents, and to progress with the integral inclusion of women and to improve care systems. A good practice that Guatemala would like to share is to increasingly incorporate demographic variables in public planning.
Information on the population, age, sex, and ethnicity are guiding territorial decisions and a better link between evidence and public investment. This effort has led to updating the National Development Plan, CATUN, towards 2052. We seek to go from reactive planning to anticipatory governance whilst strengthening smart democratic resiliency. We wish to turn data into timely decisions. Guatemala reaffirms its commitment with the Montevideo Consensus and with evidence-based planning and rights-based planning. Anticipating demographic change does not mean to predict it. It implies training the state for the future generations. Baltios Chiwe. Thank you very much. Thank you, Guatemala. I now give the floor to the delegation from Nicaragua. Good morning, Your Excellencies, colleagues, and distinguished colleagues. Allow me to start conveying to all the delegations here the fraternal greetings of our co-presidents, Daniel Ortega, Rosario Murillo. They reaffirm the commitment of Nicaragua with the unity of our people, with solidarity, with social justice, and the building of a future with well-being for our families. Nicaragua participates in this forum, convinced that there is no sustained development if there are inequalities that persist, and the well-being of persons is not at the core of public policies. Our region is experiencing a profound demographic transformation. For Nicaragua, this process poses challenges, but also a historic opportunity to strengthen our social policies, protecting families and generating better conditions for the new generations. In line with the national plan to fight against poverty and for promoting human development, and in agreement with the Montevideo Consensus, we share some of the progress achieved. We recognize boys, girls, adolescents, and youth as entitled to rights and as protagonists of social transformation. We strengthen free education, comprehensive education in sexuality, and preventing pregnancy in adolescents so that no young person is limited in the capacity to study and develop their life projects. We have worked together with other organizations involving the disabled, persons with disability, and created a program created Everyone with You. Secondly, we understand health as a fundamental right and a shared responsibility between state, family, and community. Our family and community health model shares this vision. It is not restricted to dealing with diseases. It brings services closer to families and communities. It strengthens promotion. It promotes community participation and the leading role of persons in caring for their health. In sexual and reproductive health, we guarantee information and access to contraceptive methods that are modern, safe, and effective, protecting privacy and providing adequate attention, particularly for adolescents and young people. Regarding the aging population, recognized the elderly as subjects entitled to rights and active protagonists in our society. We strengthen actions to promote dignified elderly people and also preventing chronic diseases. In terms of gender equality, we continue to promote the full participation of women in the various spaces of national life and in decision-making positions. Likewise, we reaffirm our commitment with the original people and the Afro-descendant people, respecting the identity, culture, language, and ancestral knowledge, while strengthening healthcare in order to recognize our cultural diversity. Dear delegates, demographic changes call us to respond with a vision of the future. Nicaragua will continue to strengthen policies based on social justice, solidarity, community participation, and restoring rights. Our model of healthcare, which is community and family-based, will be a fundamental tool for the benefit of the families to prevent diseases and to promote well-being throughout the life cycle. We are convinced that a healthy population is a population that has more opportunities to advance and build its own future. Nicaragua will continue to provide, based on its own experience, to building a fairer region, a region of solidarity committed with the well-being of our people. Thank you. We'd like to thank the delegation of Nicaragua. We now give the floor to the delegation from Jamaica.
Delegations and all participants. As Jamaica continues to navigate the complex and interconnected challenges of demographic change, climate change, and geopolitical shocks, our National Population and Development Program continues to advance within the framework of the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development and the Cairo Program of Action on the International Conference on Population and Development. These frameworks remain central to Jamaica's efforts to promote inclusive, resilient, and sustainable population and development outcomes. Vision 2030 Jamaica, the country's first long-term national development plan, places the highest priority on integrating population dynamics into sustainable development. This commitment is reflected in National Development Goal 1. Jamaicans are empowered to achieve their fullest potential, and National Outcome 1, a healthy and stable population. This strategic framework provides a strong foundation for responding to Jamaica's evolving demographic realities. It enables the country to prioritize emerging challenges requiring accelerated action, including below replacement level fertility, population aging, and the continued emigration of skilled and talented workers, while sustaining progress in areas where development outcomes remain on a positive trajectory. Mr. Chair, Jamaica is among the few countries in the Caribbean to have revised and adopted a comprehensive national population and sustainable development policy and accompanying program of action. The policy was launched in 2025, reaffirming the government's commitment to evidence-based and forward-looking population and development planning. To support the effective implementation of the policy, a monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework was also finalized in 2025. This framework provides a systematic mechanism for tracking implementation progress, measuring results, promoting accountability, and generating evidence to inform policy decisions and continuous improvement. The National Population Thematic Working Group, comprising representatives from government ministries, departments and agencies, private sector bodies, academia, non-governmental organizations, and international development partners, continues to support the coordination of population and development policies, plans, and programs. This multi-stakeholder mechanism also contributes to Jamaica's demographic resilience by promoting coordinated, evidence-based responses to changing population dynamics and emerging demographic challenges. Recent population and development activities have placed particular emphasis on declining fertility rates and population aging nationally and within the wider regional and global context. Jamaica presented its third voluntary national review report on implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals at the United Nations High-Level Political Forum in July 2026. Recognizing the growing importance of demographic change to Jamaica's development trajectory, the report included a special chapter entitled Harnessing the Opportunities and Addressing the Challenges of Population Aging for Sustainable Development. Mr. Chair, Jamaica also continues to advance the inclusion and empowerment of persons with disabilities. Since the Disability Act came into effect in February 2022, progress has been made in several areas, including education and training, employment, and access to healthcare services. The Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities continues to promote and protect the rights of persons living with disabilities in accordance with national laws, policies, plans, and programs, thereby supporting a more inclusive and resilient population and development framework. In 2025, the Council launched the I Am Able mobile application, providing a digital platform through which persons with disabilities access a range of benefits and services, including requests for tax exemptions, assistive devices, and automated grant processing. Notable advances have also been made in social protection and social security. These include increasing the pension eligibility age for women to 65 years, bringing it in line with that of men, implementing a universal social pension for persons aged 75 years and over, and cabinet approval for the introduction of unemployment insurance in Jamaica. In addition, the National Health Fund has expanded its coverage from 22 to 28 chronic health conditions, further strengthening access to financial support for essential health care and contributing to improved health protection for the Jamaican population. Mr. Chair, Jamaica has made significant progress across many areas of the Montevideo Consensus, but challenges remain, particularly in the areas of data systems, natural resource management, support for older persons, and the inclusion of children and youth with disabilities. These challenges have been further heightened by the devastating impact of Category 5 Hurricane Melissa in October 2025, which caused extensive social, economic, and infrastructural disruption and significant losses and damage estimated at $12.23 billion US. The experience has reinforced the critical importance of integrating demographic considerations into disaster risk management, social protection, climate resilience, and long-term development planning. Looking ahead, the government of Jamaica remains committed to strengthening its demographic, social, economic, and climate resilience and accelerating implementation of the Montevideo Consensus. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias a la delegación de Jamaica. Corresponde cederle la palabra a la delegación de Perú.
Hola. Buenos días.
Representatives of the member states, of international agencies, civil society, academia, and my acknowledgement to ECLAC and the government of Uruguay for organizing this 6th meeting of the Regional Conference on Population Development of Latin America and the Caribbean.
83% of this population resides in urban areas, and the 24 cities with a higher population concentrate 54% of the population, leaving another 46% in 800 districts, which reflects a high concentration of population. This causes governments to face an increased demand on services, employment, transport, security, among other dimensions. There are also floating populations with people under their care, focused in districts that require other demands. Peru has developed articulated policies in territorial ordinance, urbanism and housing, decent employment, and multisectorial health for 2030 as well. This one has to do with urbanism, and there are specific efforts from national governments in terms of care, especially for minors that go to work with their parents or mothers without having a place for care. So we're thinking strategies to have services and systems to care for these minors, breaking barriers in terms of social protection and the aging of the population, which is highly accelerated in Peru. We've implemented security for elderly. We've modernized the pension system, thinking that in the future this will be quite relevant. These efforts are relevant in the context of a decrease in fertility. According to our statistics, fertility rate is around 1.7 children per woman. There is a difference between the coasts and the hills and the forests. This is associated to teenage pregnancy. And we're trying to anticipate this instead of reacting to the situations. We need to acknowledge gender, territory, and other factors to see how they affect exclusion. We need to articulate the 3 levels of governments, national, regional, and local, to better direct policies on housing, social security, and health. Peru, in several ways that I cannot address right now because of time restrictions, continues to cooperate internationally to address and face the challenges of this demographic reality. In coming months, we'll be able to do it better thanks to information arising from the consensus that we'll be able to take advantage of. Thank you. Thank you to the delegation of Peru. Now we give the floor to the delegation of Paraguay. Thank you, Mr. President. Please receive our warm greetings. Thank you for the time to address the demographic changes in the region. The consensus of Montevideo since 2013 has been a guideline for us in terms of population and development. Today, I'd like to share some progresses and challenges that Paraguay has been facing in its implementation. We've continued to strengthen our public policy with a view on inclusive development, which was reflected in the recent National Development Plan for 2050. Paraguay has shown an important decrease in poverty, reaching a 16% in 2025, and extreme poverty has decreased to its lowest level. This is thanks to the articulation of several social programs for the reduction of poverty called AIMEPORA. We've strengthened integral social protection with institutional efforts, and we're working on violence prevention, reaching millions of people. The institutional efforts for sexual abuse has reached several reference as well. We've advanced in the protection of the elderly with a universal pension reaching over 300,000 people, also subscribing the Elderly International Convention. We have a focus on the aging of the population. We need a diagnosis with evidence to be able to understand how demographic changes are affecting the aging of the population and what challenges they present for public policy with a view on future policies to protect the older population that the country shows. In sexual and reproductive health, we've consolidated our national plan. This constitutes a priority for public policy to reduce the levels of mortality of mothers and children. We have a national manual for family planning, trying to reduce teenage pregnancy and the mortality of mothers. We're also drafting the 5th National Plan for Equality between Men and Women. This will be guiding our actions for the following years. It will be ready this semester. We are also implementing new technology for mobility, enabling social inclusion of migrants in our country. People with disabilities, since 2025, have a law that includes a new paradigm on the legal capacity, including a way to make decisions in line with national standards. In terms of indigenous populations, there were 635 consultations under ILO. That was between 2020 and 2025. Territory and land was acquired for the indigenous peoples, and over 400 families acquired titles of property. There is an updated database of indigenous peoples to be able to implement and execute public policies to ensure the rights of these peoples. They represent 2.3% of our population. That's 146,000 people in 19 districts in our country. In 2022, mechanisms were established to prevent racism and discrimination against African descendants. There is a law that fosters the implementation in the sector, accompanied by other processes like Culture 2050 to raise awareness on statistics. This is under the National Statistics Institute. We know that there are still significant challenges. We need more resources, institutional strengthening, and better and more statistic data to implement more sounder policies. We received important technical assistance of UNPA in different projects that are underway. We'll continue to work in the full implementation of the Consensus for Montevideo under the framework of our laws in our country. prioritizing our needs on development in our country. Thank you. Thank you, delegation of Paraguay. Now I give the floor to the delegation of Honduras.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, distinguished delegations and authorities of ECLAC, UNFPA, and representatives of people of Latin America and Caribbean. It's an honor to appear before this honorable conference on behalf of the government of the Republic of Honduras, and allow me to start to state a certainty that guides the position of our country. Knowing our people is the first step to be aware of the rights. Honduras is coming back to Montevideo 13 years after the adoption of the consensus that has been the reason to convene this meeting, to reaffirm commitments and explain the progress that has been achieved, acknowledge challenges, and renew a determination to translate these commitments in concrete results for our population. Today, we are discussing an historical moment, low fertility and demographic aging. The region is advancing towards demographic stabilization with a fertility that is below the replacement level and life expectancy of more than 76 years. Honduras still has a window of opportunity from a demographic point of view. We are a young country with a growth rate that is above the regional mean. But aging has taken a century in other countries, and in this case, it will take only decades. Getting ready while they still have the time is the decision, the most intelligent decision that a state can take. Convinced of this fact, Honduras is implementing the 18th Census of Population and Housing under the motto, I count myself for Honduras, a statistical exercise that in more than one decade will give us an updated vision of where we are and what we need. In order to better guide the decisions and public policies, we have enlarged protection to women and children. Ciudad Mujer took care of more than 55,000 women and children during this half year, and we have more than 1 million children that attend educational center. We distribute food meals, and we are investing in our youth by granting more than 14,000 scholarships for schools and digital skills and for students, both graduate and undergraduate. 18,000 scholarships have been distributed at a national level and abroad for the medical sector, and also we are offering scholarships for the agricultural sector, strengthening spaces for participation, equality, and equity for our youth and children that are striving to develop their skills and also to benefit the country. We are giving priority to property deeds for farmers and peasant women, and we distribute medications that are reaching 85% of the population at a national level. Ladies and gentlemen, the consensus of Montevideo is a commitment to guarantee rights and opportunities for all. For Honduras, this means that the current demographic bonus has to be translated nowadays in formal employment, productive capabilities, IT, and resilient health systems, so that when our population reaches an advanced age, which is the case of our other countries in the region, we have long-term care systems that are sound, inclusive, and sustainable. However, we know that the demographic bonus cannot become a dividend by itself. 55 out of 100 women participate in the labor market versus 78 out of 100 men. Pregnancy among adolescents and maternal death are hitting hardly the Afro-descendants and the indigenous people. at a regional level, we need cooperation when we need it more to sustain these investments. Good practices. Firstly, the bonds that protect our population before the crisis and reach thousands of households that live in areas that suffer drought. Also, governance measures to protect rights before vulnerabilities become an emergency. Also, we are happy about the Cigadena, which is a structure that protects the rights of the children and at the same time takes into account security, social development, and health aspects in order to give sustainability to comprehensive protection of childhood, making sure that there is coordination at a public level. We have an interterritorial desk for the protection of teenage pregnancy. This is a space in which the government, through the Social Development Secretariat, has implemented actions at a level of the whole country in order to empower and protect our teenage girls and the youth. With UNFPA, we have also encouraged a project that is called Sembrando Futuro, sowing the future, for teenagers that labor in favor of the development of the country and protect girls from teenage pregnancy. Our priority is to translate the results of the census in public policies by territory and close the gap of women in the labor gap, as well as protecting sexual and reproductive rights for adolescents and children. That is why Honduras makes a call to continue investing in fundamental areas such as sexual and reproductive health and rights, social protection, and data. From our point of view, these investments are not expenses but strategic decisions that strengthen the capabilities of states and contribute to the well-being and development of our societies. Along this path, we value and we are deeply grateful for the support of UNFPA, which is a constant partner in the strengthening of our capabilities, as well as our statistics and the promotion and protection of the rights of those populations that historically have been left behind. Finally, Honduras reaffirms its commitment vis-à-vis the consensus of Montevideo, its rights and people. We are building a state that counts its people in order not to leave anyone behind or outside. We have data that put social justice at the center of its decision. These 6 sessions should be a testimony of the fact that Honduras and Latin America are counting their population in order to build a better future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the delegation of Honduras. I now give the floor to the delegation of Venezuela. A very good morning to the chair, the authorities of ECLAC, the authorities of UNFPA, and other delegations, as well as the pro tempore chair. It is a timely moment to hold this meeting, and the Republic of Venezuela takes advantage of this space to convey its thanks to the institutions of the region and other international organizations, and thank you for your words of thanks vis-à-vis the people of Venezuela after the double earthquake that affected our country in June 2026. And there has been a massive presence of all countries in a gesture of solidarity. Many countries have come to Venezuela amidst big difficulties to help us with their knowledge, and the presence of international delegations was key to rescue many victims. The people of Venezuela is extremely grateful for these gestures of solidarity, overcoming differences and putting life above all. I take this opportunity also to express our solidarity vis-à-vis our sister Colombia that has suffered a tragic earthquake in August 2026. We know what this means for our country. Natural disasters of such a magnitude produce significant or complete damages in strategic infrastructure and essential health services, as well as services that protect the population. This can have an impact on demographic dynamics and the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus. In this context, the República Bolivariana of Venezuela targeted the victims in order to save lives and protect social policies in a program that we have called Rebirth under the guidance of our President Delcy Rodriguez. We have a reconstruction plan and we have to analyze two elements in particular. First variable to take into consideration the impact of natural disasters and the solidarity structure. It is necessary to think of an institutional structure in coordination with other institutions to establish an emergency solidarity fund, and this was made clear in our case. A country by itself, in an event such as this one, a double earthquake, cannot face with its own forces and resources the event. Solidarity, therefore, is a very important element. So there are two variables to be considered. The natural disaster that has a significant impact and changes social dynamics, and secondly, the solidarity structures that have to be put in place. We welcome this second session of the Regional Conference on Population and Development of Latin America and the Caribbean. We recall here the strategic framework of the Consensus of Montevideo as a space of dialogue. It is a roadmap that Venezuela has always adopted, and it is a reference for our country and our policies. The complex demographic dynamics in the region invite us to continue fostering dialogue based on sovereign respect of each countries that should implement the consensus according to their own realities from various points of view, as well as the legal framework. The consensus contains recommendations in various aspects and is a guideline for our countries, and we thank ECLAC for its brilliant presentation. Today it has presented a document that has shown us where we should put our emphasis with our policies and how we should strengthen our institutions in matters related to population. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela comes to this sixth section of the Regional Conference of Population of Latin America and the Caribbean with a clear message. Human aspects are at the center of our public policies. We insist on protection and social development of all people, especially those that are most vulnerable. The children, the teenage, the Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, the migrants, the people with disabilities, the elderly, in order to guarantee the protection of their economic and social rights with health coverage that includes sexual and reproductive matters and is comprehensive. We invest 70% of our budget in missions of a social order. For example, grandparents of the country to protect the elderly, a mission to protect the indigenous people, the Chamba mission to protect the youth, another mission to protect families, and a mission to give access of the youth to employment. Then Vuelta a la Patria, back to the country, in order to organize the return of the migrant Venezuelan population. We have guidelines and that are based on the Montevideo Consensus. We have made progress to strengthen our legal framework by reforming the organic law concerning the right of women to live a life free of violence, and also an organic law to protect children and teenagers. We have strengthened our legal structure in order to deepen social policies of social actions in Venezuela. The cooperation between Venezuela and UNFA is one of the most active actions of cooperation and has given synergies and concrete results. In this case, dear delegations and dear chair, we take this opportunity to denounce once again the implementation of more than 1,000 unilateral measures that had a negative impact and caused a migration of professionals and affected the demographic bonus and has reduced the offer of qualified labor and affected the aging of the population and fertility. It has affected the most vulnerable sectors, which have been unable to get financing, thus limiting the implementation of the policies that are established in Montevideo Consensus. Also, it has affected cooperation with the whole of the United Nations system. We make once again a call to overcome these measures and replace them with policies based on dialogue, cooperation, mutual respect, and understanding, even above any differences that may still exist. There's no explanation or justification for measures of coercion that limit the sovereign development of the country and the improvement of the living conditions of the populations. This is a call to understanding, to cooperation, and demographic policies have to have their own dynamics in terms of population without external restrictions, so that country can develop in an independent and sovereign way their development policies. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela maintains the importance of continue working on the Montevideo Consensus as an expression of its conviction vis-à-vis multilateralism and the strengthening of the South-South exchange of good practices and population policies. It is fundamental to achieve cooperation amongst ourselves and the solidarity that we have experienced at difficult times. The road is solidarity and good practices that have been developed and shared by the countries here present. Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegation of Venezuela. Now I give the floor to the delegation of Uruguay. Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Uruguay reaffirms its commitment with the implementation of the Consensus of Montevideo on population and development, it being the main roadmap to reestablish demographics based on equality and sustainability. The challenge is not only to preserve the progress made, but rather to develop coordinated policies for accessibility in several territories. The decrease in fertility, the family transformation, and human mobility show inequalities of gender and social inequalities in general that require efforts from our part. We need to include a perspective on life. The challenge is to translate this into a more articulated effort on health, employment, and territorial development. The National Integrated Care Program is an institutional basis on which Uruguay needs to continue to move forward. It has contributed to acknowledge care as a right and as a central component of social protection, in tune with the commitments of the Convention of Montevideo and efforts from ICLAC towards care. We need to broaden the coverage and quality of services, ensure its sustainability, and to articulate government, populations, markets, men and women. This is key to reduce gender inequalities in the social organization of care. In terms of social protection, we've had social dialogues, active policies on employment, and ongoing training. These tools need to contribute to more sustainable careers and technological transformation. The priority is to break down barriers for social permanence for those who have less opportunities for employment, including disabilities, racial, migrating, and other inequalities. Housing is not external to demographics. These are material to organize care as well. The aging of the population, the increase of unipersonal households, and metropolitan concentration affect the access to services. Thus, Uruguay has to continue its efforts on its policies promoting housing and proximity to services. In terms of gender equality, Uruguay has developed its regulations to prevent violence based on gender and to promote social participation and political participation of women to advance to a more equal participation. However, there are still some challenges and differences in the effective results. Women still face inequality in remunerated and unremunerated work, decreased autonomy, decreased representation, and different vulnerabilities in terms of violence. Disabilities, race, migration, sexual orientation, and gender identity also affect. Sexual rights and reproductive rights are part of the consensus of Montevideo. Uruguay has built an institutional framework based on human rights, autonomy, gender equality, and secularity. Its main advances include sexual and reproductive rights, access to birth control, the reduction of mortality of women, our priority now is to ensure that those rights are exercised in time equally in our whole territory. We need to reinforce education, sexual education, guarantee access to information, prevent sexual violence throughout the different stages of life. The decrease of fertility has to be understood from the reproductive autonomy and the conditions that allow to perform it. Access to health, housing, co-responsibility, quality employment, and compatibility between our personal and professional time. There are limits on those decisions that come from different areas Uruguay faces challenges in the implementation of the consensus. The aging of the population requires strengthening long-term care, adapting households, neighborhoods, and cities. We need to promote the inclusion of the elderly. We also need to address child poverty, ensure conditions at pregnancy and childhood as a central strategy to reduce inequalities that are accumulated throughout life. National experiences show that the progress depends on policies, interinstitutional coordination, and the ability to have public policies beyond government periods. Social protection, employment, care, health, housing has to be an effective strategy for planning and not just a general orientation. In the next years, Uruguay identifies 4 priorities: to advance on social protection with universal coverage, to strengthen access to care and co-responsibility, to guarantee and assure sexual and reproductive rights and a life free from violence, systematizing demographics in health, education, care, and territorial development through information and the ability to evaluate as well. The consensus for Montevideo requires an integral view on development. We don't just need to adapt to progress. We need to prevent these differences to increase the differences and ensure the rights of everyone. Thank you, Uruguay. Now I give the floor to the delegation of the Dominican Republic. Good morning, distinguished gentlemen. It is an honor for me to share with you an overview of the progress and challenges of the Dominican Republic in the implementation of the Consensus of Montevideo on Population and Development. As the country is moving toward an advanced phase of its demographic transition, new and recently published estimates and projections confirm that sustained decline in fertility. Today, 1.97 children per woman increase the expectancy and progressive population aging in a context in which the country is at its most favorable point of its demographic bonus. This transformation requires an articulated response from the state, which we've sought to systematize through the prioritization of measures that respond to national planning and the Sustainable Development Goals. Its reports constitute the main accountability instruments of this process and allow to transparently identify the achievements and remaining gaps. In terms of poverty reduction, the country recorded an overall monetary poverty of 17.26%, the lowest since comparable records exist, as a result of multiple policies, including the strengthening of social protection, the universal registry of households, and specific monetary transfers. The poverty and income inequality targets have been achieved for the period. In health, including sexual and reproductive health, family health insurance coverage exceeds 97% of the population, and progress has been made in reducing fertility and teenage pregnancy, with a rate of 46 births per 1,000 women compared to 1,000 in 2019, including also early unions and adolescent pregnancy. In gender equality, the country has strengthened regulatory and institutional frameworks aimed at promoting labor equality in the public and private sector, and security, citizenship, and gender boards, which contribute to the prevention of gender violence. In terms of childhood, adolescence, and youth, the country has added over 14,000 girls and boys in centers, an increase in their access to school as well and education. In the area of aging and social protection, pension systems increased by 2.88 million to 4.79 million people. It includes the policy of care as investment, with an investment of 42,000 million. In terms of institutionality and public management, 96% of general state budget with the goals is sustainable development goals. However, we still have challenges ahead. Maternal mortality remains high at 127 per 100,000 live births in 2023. In pension membership, the distribution of paid care work as well. This affects women and youth. Territorial cohesion continues to be unequal between rural and urban areas. In addition, there is a mainstream need to include disability in public policy and to strengthen the state's prospective capacity to anticipate changes in population structure. Looking ahead to the 2030 horizon, we will continue to fulfill commitments of the Montevideo Consensus, improvement of data population, and including in our 2030 agenda demographic change as well, so that it translates into well-being, opportunities, and rights for all generations. Thank you. Thank you to the delegation of the Dominican Republic. Now I give the floor to Bolivia. Thank you, representatives of ICLAC, UMPA, and Uruguay, state members, civil society, academia, and other participants. It's an honor for the government of Bolivia to be part of this conference and to contribute to the regional discussion of the challenges and progress of the Consensus of Montevideo. Bolivia reinforces its commitment with the principles and priority measures of the Consensus of Montevideo with a view on development focused on persons, gender equality, interculturality, well-being, and reduction of inequality. Our main focus is that demographic change is not just a population effect, it also impacts education, health, social protection, and systems for care, territorial organization, and the relationships among generations. Bolivia, as the rest of Latin America and the Caribbean, is going through a demographic transformation. The fertility rate has been reduced from 4.2 to 2.1 children per woman, one of the most accelerated rates in the region. However, there is still a long way to go. The reduction of fertility should cover from the perspective of rights, and it doesn't just respond to a demographic control, but also a better implementation of rights and informed decisions. This reflects three simultaneous processes: a reduction of a minor population, a reduction in the active population and an increase in elderly population. For us, this is a window of opportunity as well as a responsibility for several generations. We have the opportunity to take advantage of the demographic bonus, but we also need to prepare for the aging of our population. With the results of the census of 2020, we need to move forward towards a second stage. From measuring demographic data to anticipate with articulated public policy throughout the course of life, and to respond to the needs, to present needs, and preparing the country for the transformation coming in the future decades. Measures for social protection include an increased dignity for beneficiaries, and we've created a program for protection and equity for the most vulnerable families. These measures show a relevance in the articulation of social protection in the long term, in the course of life, supporting access to education for children, supporting the elderly, and reducing the risks for vulnerable households, as well as viewing people with disabilities. This doesn't mean that we need to invest less in children. We need to provide better quality education and care for them. Active population represent an opportunity to turn the demographic bonus into an opportunity to develop the care systems, employment, innovation, and more participation in economic areas. We need to be able to view the LGBTQ plus and other populations that remain unseen. We also need to prepare for the aging of our population. In this sense, this is an important aspect of preparing for aging. We need to strengthen the system through better health system, autonomy for the elderly, prevention of the independence of people, long-term care, differential long-term care. Gender equality is key as well. Women continue to be an important part of the ones providing care. We need to reduce the gender inequality gaps and economic gaps as well. It's just, and it's also a condition to take advantage of the demographic bonus as well. Our priorities are clear. We need to update the population and development policies, take advantage of the demographic bonus, prepare for the aging of our population, advancing wholesome, integral measures, and to protect society in the long term, promoting gender equality and improve territorial organization with emphasis on the data from the census. We don't just need to respond to changes, but rather anticipate them. We should not need to wait for the demographic window to end to invest in our youth, or wait until the independence decreases to work with the elderly. We have an opportunity to turn the demographic change into a development tool. We reinforce our commitment with the consensus of Montevideo with a view on people. We will continue to work together with the CLAC, UNPA, and regional actors to strengthen the follow-up and implementation based on the development of our country. Our commitment is clear. No one should be left behind, and no generation should be excluded. Thank you. Thank you, Bolivia. Now it's Bahamas has the floor.
The government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas also joins with the international community in forwarding heartfelt thoughts and prayers to the governments of Colombia and Venezuela in the aftermath of the earthquakes that occurred in those countries. Mr. Chairman, the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development contributes to laying the foundations for people-centered sustainable development with equality, as well as perspectives for human rights, gender, race, ethnicity, disability, and an intercultural agenda. We have no doubt that a full, effective, rapid, and resourced implementation of the Montevideo Consensus will contribute significantly to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. As a small island developing state of more than 700 islands and keys, the realization of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is crucial and synonymous with the implementation of our national blueprint of developmental policies. The Bahamas knows that sustainable urbanization and effective community building strategies are essential for demographic resilience. It is to be noted that nearly 89% of our population live in urban communities. The Bahamas has made significant progress by integrating climate resilience into urban planning, strengthening sustainable building standards, and promoting renewable energy and water-efficient infrastructure. The establishment of the Urban Renewal Authority via the enactment of the Urban Renewable Authority Act 2024 provides for a whole-of-government and whole-of-society approach. There is an amalgamation of government agencies, local authorities, civil society, faith-based organizations, and the private sector. The Urban Renewal Centers in the various constituencies facilitates a hands-on, direct approach to learning of the needs and priorities of each community and subsequently addressing those matters identified. These innovative policies ensure that seniors and persons with disabilities can live safely and independently. There are free of cost small homes repair programs and the assessment of homes with an end plan to erect ramps and railings
for the disabled persons. It is to be noted that with the aid of technical assistance, a disability app was created for the disabled community that helps our citizens to be informed about employment opportunities, local news, and bus transportation movements. A recent disabilities job fair provided a lot of support and opportunities for our citizens. Mr. Chair, the conference document pertaining to the impact of demographic change speaks about the aging of aging. This demographic group in the Bahamas is referred to as our precious pearls. And a lot of institutional attention is directed to ensuring that this special demographic group are not left behind or marginalized. As the Bahamas is an archipelago, our solutions must reflect the realities and needs of each island and settlement. The government, therefore, has provided a number of affordable housing programs and is committed to launching additional housing programs in the most needed areas. The government is also committed to addressing the issue of access to housing finance for those in the lower economic brackets. We affirm that planned communities provide greater safety and support, particularly for women, children, and senior citizens, as well as the fostering of a community spirit. In the field of education, tertiary education is free for Bahamian citizens via enrollment at the University of the Bahamas, thereby providing more capacity-building paths for young persons. Preschool care up to high school education is also free and mandatory. Mr. Chair, in the field of health, the formation of the National Health Insurance Program provides a wider net of free primary health care and preventative health strategies for our citizens. This is in addition to the plethora of government health clinics and the main hospitals. Plans are currently in train for the construction of a specialty hospital. Mr. Chair, as an active member of the initiatives of the International Organization for Migration, the Bahamas promulgates safe, orderly migration policies within a human rights framework. Mr. Chair, partnerships remain essential for the Bahamas. We therefore reaffirm our commitment to working with UN agencies, CARICOM, development banks, and other development agencies in these pivotal thematic areas in order to mobilize technical expertise, innovative financing, and knowledge sharing in order to respond to the unique realities of small island developing states. In conclusion, I wish to state that the Bahamas looks forward to participating in these next 2 days of discussions on the Montevideo Consensus as we engage our best modalities for the full implementation of the Montevideo Consensus in our jurisdictions. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, Bahamas. Es el turno
Thank you very much,
de
Bahamas.
darle la palabra a la
I
delegación
now
de
give
Panamá.
the floor to the delegation of Panama.
Buenos días.
A very good
Cordial
morning
saludo de parte del Gobierno de la
and
República de Panamá
greetings
y del
on
señor
behalf
Presidente
of
José Raúl
the
Mulcahy
President
Montero.
of Panama and the
Panamá
Republic of
participa en
Panama.
esta sexta
Panama is taking
conferencia
part in this
regional
sixth
conocida en
regional
el desarrollo
conference,
sostenible
convinced that
solo
sustainable
es posible
development is
cuando
possible
colocamos a las
only when
personas
we
en el
put
centro
people at the center of public policies, and we achieve economic growth that translates in opportunities and well-being. The principles of the Montevideo Consensus, human rights, equal opportunities, social inclusion, protection of people that are more vulnerable, and evidence-based policies guide our actions. The recent census for the last decade allows us to better know what are the realities of our population and be aware of the ethnic and cultural diversity of our country, especially with regard to indigenous peoples and Afro-descendants. This identification is fundamental in order to identify gaps and better target our actions with our public resources. Given the aging of the population, Panama is making progress in the national care system, acknowledging that care are a shared opportunity, a shared duty of the government, the communities, and the families. Pope Francis guided the opening of several care houses, and now Juan Diaz houses will be added. There are more than 100,000 people who are vulnerable and are being taken care of through a system of monetary transfers, and there's also a national strategy for health aging from 2024 to 2029. With regard to childhood and adolescence, we have a law that protects rights in a comprehensive way. At the same time, teenage pregnancy continues to affect the life projects and the education of many, and we see more vulnerability in rural areas in our country. Therefore, it is necessary to prevent teenage pregnancy through public policies, but also thanks to the commitment of families and society as a whole. The state should guarantee protection, education, health, and opportunities. The families should accompany and educate, and society should contribute to build protective environments. At the same time, Panama has institutionalized comprehensive care for people who don't have a home in order to guarantee to these people rehabilitation, social inclusion, and security. These public efforts converge in the construction of a public policy for social development from 2026-45, with tools like the Observatory of the Labor Market that links the needs of the population with the productive needs of the country. We are aware that there are still gaps from a territorial, ethnical, gender, and socioeconomic points of view. Our challenge is that none of these conditions determine the opportunities a person has. Therefore, Panama reaffirms that development requires a state that is present and efficient, but at the same time, strong families, committed communities, and a responsible society. There are shared challenges such as migration, climate change, and natural disasters. And in this regard, we reaffirm that regional cooperation is indispensable. Panama is committed vis-à-vis the Montevideo Consensus and also vis-à-vis sustainable development that protects dignity and guarantees opportunities for people, and also guarantee that no one is left behind. Thank you very much.
Agradezco la delegación de Panamá.
Thank you very much, delegation of Panama.
Le cedo la palabra a la delegación de
I
Costa
now
Rica.
give the floor to the delegation of Costa Rica.
Excelentísima
Very
mesa,
good morning,
estimadas delegaciones,
excellent members
representantes de
of the
organismos
chair,
internacionales
representatives of
y
international
sociedad civil.
organizations, civil
Antes de
society.
continuar, Costa Rica desea
Before proceeding,
también
Costa
reiterar
Rica
en
would
esta
like
sala
to
las palabras
reiterate
de nuestra
in
presidenta,
this
la
room the
señora Laura
words
Fernández del
of our president, Mrs. Lara Delgado, addressed to the Colombian people. Colombia is not alone. This said, it is an honor for Costa Rica to take the floor at this meeting. We are grateful to CEPAL and UNFPA for the presentation of the document concerning the impact of the demographic change in Latin America and the Caribbean, the challenges and options for public policies. This is a great input to guide the demographic future of our region. We are at a crossroad in our region with regard to the demographic situation. The drop in fertility, which has gone below the replacement rate, and the aging of the population has shortened the window of the demographic bonus. Costa Rica knows this reality firsthand. We have gone through one of the most accelerated transformations in the continent from a demographic point of view, with a fertility rate of 1.112 by woman, with a life expectancy compared to that of developed countries. This establishes challenges for pension systems, health coverage, and the care model. Costa Rica has decided to interpret this transition not as a threat, but as something, a myth, a situation, and an opportunity to invest in health and something that can be managed in advance. We want to call this demographic intelligence, taking up the concepts that we have already discussed during this conference. The capacity of a state to anticipate, plan, and turn population aging into public policies instead of managing the consequences require triangular cooperation, South-South cooperation, and the accompaniment of the United Nations. Faithful to its historical position in human rights, peace, and social inclusion, Costa Rica supports the recommendations of ECLAC and makes a call to act in accordance with three strategic axes: universal systems of health and social protection throughout the life of a person, strengthening universal health systems with the production of statistics and social protection that target the whole life of a person, guaranteeing financial sustainability without compromising the rights of the most vulnerable peoples. People have to be at the center of our interventions. Secondly, consolidation of national care systems. We reaffirm that preventive investments are necessary in order to guarantee access to care, and this is a right and an essential condition for sustainable development. A sound care system promotes co-responsibility of society, closes gender gaps, and assures the autonomy of the elderly. Costa Rica is making progress in this direction with care centers for the elderly. We are transforming these centers so that they are day care centers for the elderly with support networks that are compatible with their labor tasks, and also by promoting the inclusion of women that who bear the brunt of care of the care given to the elderly, and sometimes this compromises their professional projects. Thirdly, continuous education, the adaptation of labor markets, and inclusive environments so that the elderly continue to contribute to the population from various points of view, social, economic, etc. There is a strategy called Costa Rica Centenaria that focuses on people that are near 100 years. And in the province of Nicoya, we have a significant group of people aged more than 80 and that have even reached 100 years old, the aging of the aging. And we recently celebrated the birthday of a person who reached 119 years. We have to protect this exceptional longevity, but also we have to acknowledge what have been the factors that have led to these long lives that are related to food, a life plan, life objectives, a sense of belonging, participation, recognition. In this conference and the parallel events, Costa Rica will present its progress in the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus and its links to the national development plans, the public policies, the long-term financing, and how the elderly are taken care of. Demographic transition should not be considered a crisis. It's the result of our progress in well-being and public health. The key is our capacity to accept this reality and take measures in advance with demographic intelligence and justice. We reiterate the commitment of the Costa Rican government vis-à-vis the Montevideo Consensus so that no one is left behind at any stage of their life. We thank UNFAT and ECLAC for their support. This support should intensify, and Costa Rica would like to become an evidence-based laboratory for policies with accountability, traceability, and learning experiences that benefit the rest of the region. It is clear that it is good to sow when you know that the tree will protect generations to come. Given the aging of our society and the pressures that this means, sowing is not something for the future. It's something that should take place today. For our countries, it's an exercise in intelligence, operational technique, policies, and perspective, something that cannot be postponed. People who need to be protected by the branches of public policies are already here. We are part of these generations. We are part of the generations, and we should fertilize the land in which these seeds will grow, putting human rights and persons at the center of our interventions. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Costa Rica. Es el turno de darle la
Thank you,
palabra
Costa
a la
Rica.
delegación de
Now
Colombia.
we give the floor to Colombia. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to begin by thanking support and solidarity expressed to our country due to the catastrophe suffered in Colombia. And I'd like to thank the help that we've received from countries and international agencies. So thank you. Mr. Chair, I also like to congratulate the Executive Secretary for the presentation before. It was a great summary of the document on the demographic change in the region. After that presentation and what we've been hearing throughout the morning, I believe that we've had a good exercise on compared policies. All of our countries are facing the challenges of the change, the demographic change, and the questions raised on how to address this in the future. We've seen several keys and how we face these changes will be important to see the answers and efforts from our countries in the following years. Thank you to the Secretary of the Conference for gathering the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean in this area for dialogue and exchange. Thank you for allowing our participation in the opportunity to share international experiences in the framework of the Consensus of Montevideo of 2013. Demographics pose challenges for countries in our region: the aging of the population, the transformation of family structures, human mobility, territorial inequalities show that it's important for countries to respond to these realities through timely, sustainable, and proper public policies. In Colombia, these have been shown in efforts to protect society. We have Colombia Mayor that provides a subsidy for the elderly who don't have a pension or live under extreme poverty. The adoption of the National Disability Framework is a roadmap to guarantee autonomy, inclusion, and the elimination of barriers for people with disabilities. The implementation of the National Policy for Care tries to distribute equally the efforts on care, favoring the opportunity for the government to provide support as well. We have peace and security efforts as well through participative measures with the participation of the youth to strengthen the institutional coordination in our agenda in articulation with the international commitments undertaken by the country. These experiences reinforce the importance of having quality data, strengthening institutional abilities, and the collaboration between states, recognizing the demographic challenges that need to be in tune with the priorities of each country. Therefore, we value this conference because it enables a dialogue between countries of the region. The diversity of perspectives in this session are an opportunity to continue to strengthen the dialogue and the construction of solutions facing common challenges. Colombia also thanks the contributions and presentations from different delegations and the support of ICLAC and CELADE and the UNFPA for the development of this national mechanism. We believe that these efforts will continue to strengthen technical cooperation and the exchange of good practices between our countries. Thank you.
Agradecemos a la delegación de
Thank you,
Colombia,
Colombia.
representada por su embajador, y damos la palabra a la delegación de Grenada.
Now we give the floor to Grenada.
Your microphone.
Thank you, Chair, distinguished delegates, participants. Good afternoon, all. Grenada has experienced significant demographic change. The fertility has remained below replacement levels since the late 2000s. Natural population growth has fallen sharply, and outward migration has historically reduced the population, particularly among younger and skilled workers. These trends create pressures on the labor force, health and care services, social protection, and public finances. Main areas of progress. Grenada has made important advances in integrating population issues into national development planning. The National Sustainable Development Plan, the Medium-Term Action Plan 2027 to 2029, the Draft Population Policy, Disability Policy, Decent Work Country Program, Gender Reform, and Climate Adaptation Measures increasingly connect demographic issues with economic and social development. Progress under the Montevideo Consensus. Population and development. Population dynamics are increasingly incorporated into national planning, poverty analysis, labor force data, and policy development. However, the population policy still needs formal approval, financing, implementation, structures, and stronger data sharing arrangements. Children and youth. Compulsory schooling has been strengthened to age 18. Support exists for adolescent mothers, and the minimum marriage age was raised to 18 without exception in 2025. The major concern is the transition from education to employment. Aging and social protection. Aging is receiving greater policy attention, while social assistance systems such as the cash transfer benefit card has been modernized. However, Grenada still needs a comprehensive aging framework, long-term care system, stronger support for caregivers, and broader social protection coverage. Sexual and reproductive health and rights. Policy increasingly recognizes universal, voluntary, confidential, and non-discriminatory access. However, access remains uneven, particularly for adolescents, persons with disabilities, rural residents, and people on the smaller islands. Data and some post-rape health services also need strengthening. Gender equality. Gender-responsive budgeting, women's leadership program, GBV institution survivor center procedures, and minimum wage reform represent important advances. Remaining problems include unfinished sexual harassment and sexual offenses reform, unequal paid care burden, labor force inequality, and the need for stable funding for GBV services. Migration. Migration is increasingly treated as a development issue, including skills retention, diaspora engagement, migrant workers protection, and climate mobility. Grenada still lacks an integrated migration and diaspora policy connecting migration with labor demand, social protection, qualification, return migration, and demographic planning. Territorial and climate vulnerability. Planning increasingly recognizes the particular vulnerabilities of our dependent states, Carriacou and Petit Martinique, especially following Hurricane Beryl. The report called for better parish-level data, decentralized services, accessible shelters, resilient infrastructure, and stronger incorporation of demographic information into climate adaptation. Disability inclusion. The National Disability Policy and Action Plan represent a major shift towards a right-based approach. The challenge is converting the policy into legislation. Accessibility standards, budget, inclusive services, employment opportunity, accessible emergency systems, and effective monitoring. Implementation gaps. Grenada's main problem is no longer a lack of policy or ideas. Several important frameworks remain drafts or are only beginning implementation. Government programs and data systems are also fragmented across ministry. A single population and development implementation mechanisms connecting cabinet, ministries, the Central Statistical Office, civil society, local stakeholders, budget, and measurable indicators are being considered. Priorities for 2027 to 2029. 6 major priority missions. Operationalizing policy governance and data. Build and integrate care and social protection system. Improve young people's transition into decent work. Strengthen gender equality and bodily autonomy. Implement disability inclusion across government. Manage migration and climate mobility strategically. Monitoring and accountability. A national demographic resilience dashboard with indicators broken down where possible by sex, age, disability, and parish is being considered. Importantly, monitoring should measure actual coverage, quality, equity, and outcomes rather than simply recording whether policies exist or how many activities have taken place. Bottom line, Grenada has made meaningful progress towards the Montevideo Consensus, particularly in creating policies around population, gender equality, disability, decent work, social protection, and climate resilience. The next stage is to turn these frameworks into coordinated and funded implementations. Grenada needs to prepare simultaneously for an aging population, low fertility, skilled immigration, growing care needs, persistent inequalities, and climate shocks. I thank you.
Gracias a la delegación de Grenada. Me corresponde darle la palabra a
Thank
la
you,
delegación de
Grenada.
España.
Now I give the floor to Spain. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief as we don't have much time. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank ICLAC, UNFPA, and the government of Uruguay for organizing this conference and for being strategic partners and important pillars in the agenda that gathers here today. We'd like to express our solidarity with the countries of Colombia and Venezuela for recent earthquakes. Spain reinforces its commitment with the Cairo Action Program and the Consensus of Montevideo. Spain has a defined situation with a sustained increase in demographic data with an inverse pyramid, and despite the pandemic, this has been maintained. We've been able to implement different measures for cooperation that are progressive. ICLAC has also expressed the need to have conditions to develop the life plans with equality. So to respect the space, I'd like to mention two things. First, the care society and sexual and reproductive rights of all women, especially for women with disabilities. In terms of care, we understand that they should be at the center of society since they are key for the sustainability of our lives and for our well-being and development, social and economic development. However, the care and domestic responsibilities fall mostly on women and girls, and they're also unseen and socially not recognized. It's also very precarious. So I'd like to highlight an initiative that's the Bi-Regional Care Initiative for the Sustainability of Life. Spain was chair in the European Union and was able to put this at the center of the agenda in Europe towards communitary models, connecting this agenda with gender equality and the bi-regional efforts with Latin America. We were able to include the agenda on care and also to include a feminist perspective. We were the political bridge that was able to take this from Europe to the bi-regional sphere as well. Now we have a bi-regional pact in Santa Marta and Tlatelolco that calls us to continue to work together. ILO, UN Women, and ICLAC require us to continue to work towards this. Women are the engine of these efforts. In terms of sexual rights, for this global solidarity and efforts, we have a feminist cooperation agenda to protect women against any kind of violence, including genital mutilation in girls, free access and equal access to health systems and services, favor their employment and decent employment. Specifically, we also protect women and children against sexual violence. It also includes ANFAR for human rights and sexual and reproductive rights of women, girls, and adolescents. From the perspective of universal public health and the defense of gender equality and diversity, we'd like to thank the United Nations Health Fund. That's a key partner in this effort. We'd also like to acknowledge civil society for their help in these advancements, in this progress. Yesterday, we mentioned demographic intelligence that allows us to shape the future strategically rather than react to changes. And I'd like to add that we need to do this from a feminist and perspective on rights, removing barriers. Thank you very much.
We would also like to invite Paula Narvaez, Regional Director for Latin America and Caribbean of UNFAC, which is going to present UNFA's report. Good afternoon. It's a great honor to share this moment with you in order to draw a balance of the activities carried out by CELADE Population Division of ECLAC for the period 2024-25. And now we are going to show you a PowerPoint with our colleague Fabiana del Popolo. Okay, while we adjust the technology, we will start with the presentation. Firstly, we would like to show you in very general terms what have been the pillars around which CELADE's activities have been structured. There are four fundamental axes: technical assistance that have been offered to countries in matters such as population and projections, socio-demographic research, intergovernmental processes like this meeting and which is the regional conference on population development in Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as the intergovernmental regional conference on aging and rights of the elderly in Latin America and the Caribbean. We would also like to support with the IOM the Global Pact for Orderly Migrations, as well as training in demography and data processing and analysis. The main engine of our intergovernmental agenda is the Montevideo Consensus, which has been which found a turning point in the Cartagena conference in June 2024 with the participation of 570 delegates from more than 21 countries. There we submitted the report on the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus that was prepared with UNFA's support. We also celebrated the 30 years of the Cairo Action Program, and we also discuss the rights of people with disabilities. Also, in order to follow this agenda, in October 2025 in Santiago, we held the 6th meeting of the presiding officers, and there we presented a document on the statistical visibility of persons with disabilities. In parallel, our work in the virtual follow-up platform was continuous during the biennium 24-26, and we developed several chapters in order to follow up on the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus. With regard to population aging, CELADE has also had a significant debate on themes such as the economy of longevity, social protection, and long-term care. We have submitted technical evidences in various high-level fora and events in Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Uruguay, and we submitted the results of the studies on these occasions, like the results of the studies on population aging, as well as contributions to the Social Outlook 24-26. Likewise, in November 2025, Chile was the place where there was a seminar on aging and the situation of the elderly with the cooperation of Colombia, Uruguay, and others. It was coordinated by the Ministry of Social Development of Chile and the SENAMA with the support of ECLAC, and Chile submitted its care model to the delegates of the countries that attended this meeting. In synergy with the aforementioned events and taking into account the population agents, we strengthen regional capacities in national transfers and inclusion accounts in order to analyze the economic effects of the demographic change on growth, fiscal sustainability, and intergenerational relations. As a concrete result of these studies, about 70 professionals were trained in Colombia, Costa Rica, Jamaica, and Uruguay with the support of UNFA, and we published 3 national studies, strategic studies that are mentioned here in the slide. Another matter that we analyzed was international migration, which was at the center of the international debate, given that most of our countries are countries of origin, destination, transits of return of migrant. That is why ECLAC introduced this theme among the 10 priorities of the studies in order to have a more inclusive and sustainable region. We also were leaders of the regional network on migration with the IOM, and we carried out the second analysis of the International Pact in Santiago with the attendance of more than 190 players and also representatives of governments. As part of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, under the coordination of INE of Honduras and in alliance with 12 national statistical offices of the region, ACNUR, IOM, etc., we cooperated in the creation of the practical guide for the production of harmonized statistics on forced displacement and migration in Latin America and the Caribbean. Also, within the framework of the cooperation agreement between ECLAC and ILO, with funding from the government of Canada, we carried out 4 qualitative and quantitative studies in order to analyze the labor inclusion of migrants in Chile and in Uruguay. The spatial distribution of population also requires our attention, and among the achievements of this period in matters of internal migration, we can point out the updating of the knowledge bases in concerning the data available after the 2020 census round, including the analysis of the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, technical assistance to several countries, Mexico, Chile, Cuba, and Peru, in order to strengthen the capabilities of national teams in the analysis of internal migration. Also, the systematization and update of information through various studies. Youth sexual health and reproductive health. Along these lines, we worked on 3 vast lines: an updating of the database of the motherhood base containing Stat. We also published a document on the reduction of teenage fertility or birth among teenagers in Latin America and the Caribbean, and we offered cooperation and assistance to the national agencies of Cuba and Bolivia during 2025. This flow of knowledge were completed with the modernization of our magazine Population Notes as from issue 120 in June 2025. The format of the magazine was renewed and is now being published in Spanish and English with new sections, interviews, stories of events, and a bridge between the research and the implementation of public policies. Fabiana has the floor now. Thank you very much, Sulma. It's an honor to be here. And in my case, I would like to mention that there was a strengthening activity for the capacity to conduct the 2020 census round. We know that censuses are a fundamental tool for democracy and the promotion of human rights. So together with UNFA, we worked with all of the countries of the region. And during this biennium, when we closed the 2020 round, you will be able to see more details in the report. During the phases of data collection and processing, we introduce various technological, methodological, and conceptual innovations. We are now getting ready for the 2030 round. Last year, we started a session with workshops that were carried out with the statistical institutes in order to collect experiences and take advantage of lessons learned, and also analyze perspectives and the need to integrate and analyze the results of the previous rounds, because we are still far away from the resources of developed countries. We believe that right now we need to improve our records, rethink how we are going to carry out the 2030 census round. And also, an important message from the previous round was that when there is political will, adequate resources, strong technical teams, which is the case of many institutes in the region, and also cooperation, it is possible to have census. And she was going to say sex instead of census. That is why everybody's laughing. Okay, so successful censuses, she says. Well, activity reports are kind of boring, so this was a welcome diversion, says the speaker. Well, now seriously, we have cases in the region in which the censuses were really good because the conditions were there. So going back to Redatam, this is not only a software, it is a system that is being strengthened since 1985 and is helping countries in the region to democratize the data. This is very important, and a lot of progress has been made during the last 2 years so that Redatam works in many platforms and has a dialogue with the API and other open packages of or systems. We have also invited the private sector to get acquainted with Redatam because it's super efficient, and what it can do is quite impressive. This is a public good, is not going to be sold, but the private sector could use it. And also we offer technical assistance to more than 12 countries, and more than 20 countries of the 2020 census now have their data in the Redatam system. Now, for 2020, we foresee some tensions for the between the democratization of knowledge and the privatization or the privacy of the data, and we will have to work on these tensions in order to have a good perspective for the coming years.
We have training as well. These are not activities to us. This is a strategic line historically, because our essence is that we do not substitute national abilities. We just strengthen those capacities and leave them in the countries. That's an important distinction, because that's what we do. In terms of estimations and projections, we perform that data. We developed that data for the countries in the World Population Prospect in the United Nations. We're the only region in the world that prepares that. We provide technical assistance permanently to countries, and the last 2 years we've had special focus on subnational projections because we are aware that it's important to have this disaggregated information, and also with special emphasis on demographic changes that are accelerated and require updated projections with a different periodicity. And we've been able to democratize a lot of data for the technicians of the statistics institutes so that they can make the estimations, they can do the scripts, the packages in R, so that they can be autonomous in their work. That's important as well. And we provided other trainings to strengthen capacities, especially our intensive training. That's 6 months. It's CELADE itself, that's the team of professors with the support of UMPA, not just the regional office, but the national offices that provide the support for the CREAD. We will repeat it in 2027. In 2025, we had 42 students, most of them from Latin America, especially from the statistics institutes. We also continue with training in Redatam for data accessibility with 269 trainees, and we've also enabled virtual training with over 900 people enrolled based on aging and elderly populations. Then we have the indigenous peoples and Afro-descendant populations. Our starting point 20 years ago was the statistical visibility, but to move towards equality, we cannot stay with the visibility. Nowadays, we need to make progress, not just in the creation of data, but in the integration of data, improvement of the quality of data, integrating data with public policy. We continue to develop information and knowledge as an input for public policy. For example, we are working on a project with the Andine population with the 4 countries. Of course, working also with institutionality for the racial and participative populations. We've also analyzed rural Afro-descendant populations that are quite unseen, and a lot of work with people with significant actors in the production, use, and political incidence of what we create, and that are the indigenous and Afro-descendant organizations themselves. We've provided training to them as well, feedback and consultations on the studies that we've performed. Now, in terms of the outlook for 2026, 2028, our perspectives or our outlook can be described in 2 words. 2. 1, integration, which was one of the words that I've said the most, and the other one is governance. Integration, because as you see, we need to move forward in the integration of data in terms of standardization, quality, the interoperability, and all those things that we need to know that we need to do with that perspective on records, statistics records on population, and so on. So integration of data is key. The integration of comparable indicators in our system is important as well, but we also need to continue working on the integration of all this knowledge and data in public policy. And therefore, we perform research. There are several forums that we will carry out, different seminars and working tables and work with civil society, and finally the integration of the agendas. As you know, we are working on the 6th conference of the elderly and development of the population in Montevideo, and the sessions on international integration, but we need to make an effort towards a higher integration. For example, with Brazil, equality and ethnic and racial equality, which also is linked to the consensus of Montevideo. So as we become more integrated, our results will become more effective as well. And the second word, and that's the end of my presentation, is governance. As we've said several times before, we're in scenarios of a lot of uncertainty, fiscal restrictions, these profound transformations of demographic behaviors. And we've also said that we don't want countries to impose demographic responses or to impose on us decisions, individual decisions on different people. What we do want is for countries to be able to respond to demographic changes with the right conditions, with efficient and sustainable policies, always respecting human rights in balance with nature. I don't want to move to Mars. Let's make this planet a better planet so that all of us can stay here happily. So in addition to human rights, we need to think about the rights of our mother nature so that we can live at peace, in harmony with our planets. That's what we need. We need demographic governance. It's demographic governance, strengthening this demographic governance under this perspective of rights. And that is what I humbly would like to provide to the countries of the region in our work forward. Thank you very much. Thank you for that report. Now I give the floor to Paula Narvaez, Regional Director of UNFA. Thank you, Chair. Dear Rodrigo Arim, Director of the Planning and Budget Office of Uruguay, Chair of this conference, Pablo Ruiz, Resident Coordinator of United Nations in Uruguay, Simone Tequin, Director of CELADE CEPAL, ECLAC, Ms. Del Popolo from Population CEPAL, heads of delegations and countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, parliamentarians, members of civil society, colleagues from international organizations, friends. I would like to start by thanking the people and government of Uruguay for holding this session on population and development. Coming back to Uruguay after 3 years connects us with the most advanced agreement on population and development. This consensus came from the idea that there is no possible agreement without putting emphasis on that no one should be left behind. Thank you, CELADE, for your rigorous work that has enabled the holding of this session. Congratulations to Colombia for the work done under their chair and the work on Cartagena on disability. Would also like to express our solidarity with Venezuela and Colombia after the earthquakes. On behalf of the Fund of the United Nations, I'd like to present the report for 2024 and 2026 and our outlook for the following years. We are at an unprecedented situation in demographics. Latin America and the Caribbean has undergone the fastest demographic change in the year. The birth rate decreased under 2 children per woman, and there has been a significant increase in the aging of the elder population. Families are planning their future. Elderly people continue to contribute to society. However, the region is going through a transition in a context of profound inequalities in income, tight fiscal contexts, and weak social protection. The question is not whether social change will occur, but rather how we will turn it into an engine. Resilience on demographics is an exercise on accountability. It documents the realities since the fifth session to reinforce the consensus of Montevideo in specific actions. We need to adapt to demographic change by expanding the options for people. It's a framework structuring the new results on adaptation to demographic change from the strategic plan of the Population Fund, and it rests on 3 principles: individual autonomy, equality, and equity throughout the course of life. And the planning and investment ahead, all of them connected by demographic intelligence and a perspective on rights, gender, and intersectionality. The first of these principles is the autonomy of people to decide on their own lives. Throughout this period, the work of UMPA has broadened the space where people can decide freely whether they want to have children or not, when and with whom, especially protecting women who face discrimination, indigenous women, teenagers, people with disabilities, migrating populations, and people with diverse sexual orientations. The Population Fund assumed the executive secretary to reduce maternal mortality under the systematization with vital midwives. There was also a validation of verbal autopsy for mother mortality with the obstetrics agency in that country. We have made sure that there are good birth control measures for women. In Nicaragua, we've enabled access for the suffering populations, and in Argentina, 27 women have received support. We are working against child labor. We've had strategy in several countries to prevent forced unions in marriage for children under 18. And in terms of gender violence, the region has also built collective efforts with essential services for women and girls facing violence in Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, among others, integrating services, mental health support, and social distribution. This is a significant challenge: pregnancy in girls and adolescents. The reduction is advancing in countries who have invested in sexual and reproductive health and education. In Mexico, the national strategy has contributed to a reduction around 35% of fertility among girls between 15 and 19 years old in the last decade. These investments have a significant support, like Milena, with the warning that every 20 seconds, one child becomes a mother in the region. And it estimates the cost of teenage pregnancy in 26 million which equals to combined GDPs in several of our region's countries. There is a return between $15 and $40, with experiences that show that with an intersectorial work with adolescents, we can reduce pregnancies in the region. We say this clearly: investing in the rights of girls and teenage girls changes the destiny of their destiny, and is one of the smartest fiscal decisions that a government can make. The second principle has been equality throughout the course of life. And I want to be clear here: the care systems are not just social policies, they're infrastructure and economic. They're a significant and important effort. Costa Rica has worked in that aspect. There's also efforts in tools. Ecuador, Honduras, Panama have supported statistics visibility of indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, and people with disabilities. Because if we don't talk about this, this doesn't exist for public policy. Many countries are investing in the youth, while the window of opportunity of the demographic bonus is still open. That is the case of Guatemala, that passed their youth law, and Brazil, that advanced their plan on youth, and Paraguay, that adopted the Action Plan for Youth 2024-2028. The third principle has been to anticipate, to support governments to turn the demographic data into territorial plans and measures. The Population Fund has supported over 20 countries in the region on housing. It might seem as a technical exercise, but it's the first step for the implementation of rights. It works on each person and it protects their civil protection. You can imagine, for an indigenous person in the forest, to become visible for policies. In Uruguay, there was a first census on administrative data. This was innovation for the whole region. In Peru, the census of 2025 were performed digitally. El Salvador performed the first one in 20 years, and in the Caribbean, the UNFPA is working with CARICOM towards the censal round of 2030. This data shows that there is no one single demographic reality or one single answer in the region. We need to analyze the regional situation, demographic resilience in Latin America and the Caribbean under the framework of the chair of Colombia in the 5th session, and the action plan shows where each country stands in their demographic situation and translates it into priorities, where to invest and when to act, with demographic intelligence at the service of public decisions. That demographic intelligence prevents deaths in crisis. With the earthquakes, we were able to estimate the affected populations to plan a humanitarian response directed to those who most needed it, including pregnant women, survivors of violence, and the elderly population. Allow me to tell you a story. Roberto survived the earthquake of Venezuela. He lost his father and sister. After a few days, as his partner was receiving health care with the support of UNFPA, he found out that they were expecting a baby. Behind each action of UNFPA, there is a story like Roberto's of loss, resilience, and hope. None of these results were obtained in isolation. They were all possible through an architecture of alliances that I would like to acknowledge today. Governments that lead, parliaments that legislate, civil society that impulses it, academia creating evidence, private sector innovating, media, financial institutions that work on investments, and a system of the United Nations and other partners for development that work in coordination. These alliances and partnerships are important today. The fiscal pressures are high. Adapting to demographic changes while guaranteeing the rights of people will depend on the public resources, private investment, and partnerships within our region, and this will require a new social pact. We need to agree all together equally how we will finance health systems and the protection required by the population of our region. Looking towards 2026-2028, the experience of these past 2 years show that we need to accelerate the implementation of the Consensus of Montevideo, maintaining rights at the center of the conversation, investing on people early, reducing inequalities, consolidating care, advancing towards a new social contract, strengthening demographic intelligence, and deepening alliances and sustainable funding. The demographic future should be anticipated. What we do today will be the difference between someone who's prepared or someone who responds to the challenges later. We acknowledge the policies that work, and our roadmap is the most advanced in population and development in the world. The UNFA is by your countries. We thank you for the recognition of our work in the Population Fund. We reinforce our commitment with the Consensus of Montevideo to continue to put the rights of people at the center of our work. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Now we will have our break, and I invite you to be back at 3 p.m.
Distinguished delegations, if there are no further objections, we will begin the second part of our day. We are going to now hear from Guyana, their country report. ¿Qué lo hacen ellos? ¿Qué hacen? From coast or city.
In Spanish.
Zona interior.
El interior. En zonas remotas. I think Guyana has oil, so it's sort of a richer country. Bissojean. Thank you to the delegation of Guyana. We now give the floor to Ecuador. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, distinguished delegations, representatives of ECLAC, of UNFPA, ladies and gentlemen. Ecuador, the country in the middle of the world, we feel honored to participate in this space and to reaffirm that the core of the government agenda is the social aspect. With this, we renew the commitment with the Montevideo Consensus as a roadmap that is essential to guide the development policies in our region. Through the Executive Decree of May 24, 2025, the President of the Republic appointed the Vice Chairperson, Maria Jose Pinto, with the articulating role to strengthen programs, projects, and public policies on the topics of early infancy, malnutrition, mental health, and banning hiring children and adolescents, and to prevent adolescent fertility and pregnancy. The cross-cutting policy to prevent adolescent pregnancy 2035. In Ecuador, 88 women give birth every day at a young age. The cost of not investing in prevention amounts to $260 million a year. And behind each data, we have a history, a life project that is interrupted. That is why Ecuador built a 10-year policy that joins efforts in health, social protection, and governability. The goal is clear: to reduce the specific live birth rates from 2.04 to 1.81 every 1,000 years aged 10 to 14, and from 39.5 to 29.3 every 1,000 adolescents by 2035. This goal is translated in something that is very specific. About 40,000 women will be able to decide on their own regarding their life projects. We are convinced that these gaps are not reduced on their own. It is essential to tackle these challenges resolutely. Population is changing. The only thing that is constant is precisely change. It is our obligation to take on this responsibility. The shared challenge is to anticipate these transformations and to make demographic evidence translated into better policies, more investments, and more opportunities for our people. Ecuador reiterates its disposition to share this experience with the other delegations and to continue learning from the good practices in the region. We are convinced that learnings and solutions should always be stronger than the problems. Thank you very much. We thank the delegation of Ecuador. We now give the floor to Antigua and Barbuda.
Ministry of Social and Urban Transformation, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the President and Chair, ECLAC, and UNFPA for the invitation to be a part of this 6th session of the Regional Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. Good day to all. Antigua and Barbuda has made some gains in its implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, in spite of a lack of an implementation plan for the Montevideo. However, the ministry will seek the technical assistance from UNFP and ECLAC to formulate a national implementation plan in the near future, which is a true indication of our country's commitment to the Montevideo Consensus. Strengthening sources of statistical information, inclusive of our National Bureau of Statistics, which have completed its 3rd labor force survey. We also embarked on we attempted our first standardized method of data collection on risk factors for non-communicable diseases. This was in conjunction with WHO and PAHO. It is currently we as a country are currently conducting a national population census to be completed by the end of 2026. Results that will present key data on population and development, such as fertility, aging, international migration, and persons with disabilities. Upon the conclusion of the National Population Census, the ministry will embark upon conducting an enhanced country poverty assessment and survey of living conditions in conjunction with the National Bureau of Statistics. The government of Antigua and Barbuda recognizes the need for a robust coordinating mechanism at the national level, supported by comprehensive data collection system of measurement to drive the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, including looking at the critical priority areas such as the full integration of population dynamics into sustainable development with equality and respect for human rights, needs, responsibilities, and requirements for girls, boys, adolescents, and youth, the aging population, social protection, and some of our socioeconomic challenges. In this regard, the ministry intends to adopt the National Social Protection Policy, which we have had in progress. The universal access to sexual and reproductive health services, we've seen improvements there, and gender equality. Although there have been achievements in policy development in several areas such as social protection, child protection, youth, and aging, further advancements are required in policies as it relates to gender, sexual reproductive health, and mental health. There has been a concerted effort in this phase of the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus that the development of all national policies pertaining to children, youth, adolescents, persons with disabilities, older persons, and multidimensional aging to incorporate disaster management and climate change reduction, urban planning, renewable energy, agriculture, land, and territorial rights protections. There are a number of antiquated laws that can be found in the country's legislative agenda, and consideration for change has been given priority. These include thorough reviewing and aligning of legislations with international conventions that the country is a signatory to, as it relates to children, gender, and persons with disabilities. Therefore, we are looking at amendments which can include possible revision or repealing of existing laws. We have developed a maternal, child, and adolescent manual with continuous follow-up training in enhanced sexual reproductive health services, resulting in a decrease in adolescent pregnancy. Antigua and Barbuda recognizes the successful implementation of the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development will require a multifaceted approach grounded in collaborative actions by the state, civil society organizations, and aligned with private sector institutions. The concerted effort will require putting people first with the vision of not leaving anyone behind, to create an Antigua and Barbuda that residents, irrespective of their race, gender identity, age, sexual orientation, religious affiliation, or economic background can enjoy a life to its fullest, not only living, but also thriving. The next phase or steps for the implementation for the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development will require the following actions: an establishment of a resourced and committee with specific duties to oversee the coordination of socioeconomic issues, including the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, comprising of critical stakeholders within the social sectors: health, social protection, youth, gender, education, statistics, aging, trafficking, finance, labor, environment, and civil society, with the Ministry of Social Transformation and Social and Urban Transformation, the lead coordinating agency. Coordination, sharing, and disbursement of data from various divisions and ministries, including training of all critical stakeholders and professionals to strengthen the national capacity to make informed decisions and monitor progress. While an aging policy exists, the strategic focus required for efficient implementation persists and needs to be prioritized. A coordinated approach is essential, and the urgent assignment of a unit to spearhead implementation of this policy is important. Augmented training and refresher courses for healthcare professionals delivering sexual reproductive health services, with a special focus on the LGBTQIA+ community and men, with which continue to receive very limited attention and provide care for persons with disability. We also need to develop a national policy framework that supports coordinating the work of gender equality across ministries, promote gender mainstreaming, and other key gender dimensions to advance gender equality and the empowerment of women and the performance of boys in Antigua and Barbuda. Finally, there's a need to develop a disability mapping for persons with disabilities for improved services. And just like most of my Caribbean colleagues have mentioned, we too in Antigua and Barbuda continue to reaffirm our commitment to the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus in Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. To finish, I will give the floor to the delegation of Curaçao.
Distinguished representatives of ICLAC, UNFPA, member states and associate members, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the delegation of Curaçao, allow me to express our appreciation to ICLAC and the government of Uruguay for hosting the 6th session of the Regional Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. Curaçao welcomes the opportunity to participate in the important regional dialogue on population and development and on the continued implementation of the Montevideo Consensus. For Curaçao, the themes discussed during the conference are highly relevant: reproductive health, demographic change, low fertility, aging, gender equality, youth participation, and sustainable development are not isolated policy areas. They are interconnected social, economic, educational, health-related, and human rights issues. Curacao recognizes that reproductive health should not be approached only as a medical or public health matter. It is also connected to social development, family formation, parenting, gender equality, education, protection, poverty, social support, and the autonomy of women and young people. In our national context, these issues require stronger interministerial cooperation. The Ministry of Health, Environment, and Nature contributes from the perspective of public health, sexual and reproductive health services, prevention, and health data. The Ministry of Education, Science, Culture, and Sport contributes through education, youth development, social emotional learning, inclusion, safe school environments, and youth participation. The Ministry of Social Development, Labor, and Welfare contributes through family and youth policy, social protection, gender equality, child rights, prevention of violence, and support to vulnerable families. Curacao also recognizes the importance of reliable and integrated data. Demographic developments, including changes in population composition, fertility, migration, and aging, have implications for family formation, education planning, care, the labor market, social security, and the sustainability of social policies. For small island societies such as Curacao, these developments require timely, coordinated, and evidence-informed policy responses. At the same time, Curacao acknowledged the important challenges remain. These include taboos around sexual and reproductive health, the need for more accessible and culturally sensitive information, barriers faced by vulnerable women and migrants, the need to strengthen support for young people and families, and the need to improve coordination between health, education, social development, justice, statistics, and civil society. Curacao is committed to further strengthening its approach, existing national efforts, including child protection initiatives, policy addressing domestic and relational violence, youth participation, sexual education programs, and work related to CEDAW, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the Istanbul Convention, provides important entry points for further action. We therefore see the conference as an opportunity to learn from the region, to exchange experiences, and to identify practical steps that are suitable for small island contexts. Curaçao's key message is that population and development policies must be people-centered, right-based, and intersectoral. Reproductive health, demographic change, gender equality, and youth development must be addressed together, with special attention to women, young people, families, vulnerable groups, prevention, data, and sustainable social protection. We look forward to working with ICLAC, UNFPA, and our regional partners to continue advancing the Montevideo Consensus in a way that responds to the realities and needs of our societies. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much to Curaçao. That brings us to the end of the country statements. So we will begin with our first panel on declining fertility, public policies, rights, and sustainable development. I give the floor to Sabrina Juran, Regional Technical Advisor on Population and Development from the Regional Office for Latin America and Caribbean of UNFPA, who will moderate this panel. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you. Since we have observed all of the protocols, I would welcome all of you, and for me it is truly an honor and a pleasure to be with you here on this first thematic panel of the 6th session of the Regional Conference on Population and Development. And as we know and as we've heard, our region is going through profound demographic changes. The sustained decline in fertility is one of the most visible changes. However, this trend coexists with other trends that call us to action, even higher levels of adolescent fertility and of unwanted fertility, persistent territorial, social, ethnic, and racial inequalities, as well as growing realities related with aging and postponed childbearing. This panel invites us to reflect upon this complex situation. More than looking for single responses, we want to look at how public policies can continue to guarantee the full exercise of sexual and reproductive rights in demographic contexts which are increasingly diverse. The format will be like a conversation. So each panelist will take one specific question and they will have a maximum of 5 minutes. We're going to be very conscious of time. Then, having listened to everyone, we will open up the space briefly so that you can respond to what you've heard. And then I will go on to ask a question to all of you, and you will have 3 minutes to answer that question. We will then open the floor to receive questions and comments from all of you. So, allow me to introduce our distinguished panel members who are with us here today. We have Dr. Leonel Brioso, Vice Minister of Public Health of Uruguay. We have the distinguished Curry from the Afro-Descendant Organization. We have a professor from the population of the program from the Faculty of Social Sciences from University, Wanda Cavala. We have Veronica Aspidos Klenian, who's the coordinator of the Network of Indigenous Professionals in Argentina, and Sabrina Pachon, Executive Director of Corporación Polimorfas from Colombia. You are all very welcome. Without further ado, we will open this panel and we will start with some questions that we have received for the panelists. So, first of all, Leonel Brioso, I would like you to share your thoughts with us. What challenges or necessities in terms of adaptation or improvements are needed for the policies in terms of the Montevideo Consensus that that would help adolescent fertility to be reduced in our region? Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation I'd like to thank Simone Cicini for this invitation to be here and for this opportunity to take part in the Montevideo Consensus in Montevideo. So, to answer the question, I would like to clarify that from my point of view and from a human rights perspective, the decrease in birth rates and fertility can only be interpreted as a problem because we have the 3 development or inequality traps of low growth in the region. If this were not the case, I believe that nobody would be able to argue that low fertility is a problem. In a society with a different development model, with a model of social and productive equality, with a non-capitalist model, probably the decrease in fertility in the 4th Industrial Revolution with the artificial intelligence would be seen as a great opportunity and a reason for congratulating all the people who live in the region. However, this problem is persisting and is turned into like a public argument against the policies for sexual and reproductive rights, this issue of low fertility. And that's why I think it's very important to address it. Without a doubt, this issue of adolescent fertility, if we look at the context of the themes covered in the Montevideo Consensus, it is probably one of the issues that saw the greatest success in terms of the achievements made over the last 13 years. The region was in a very different situation to the current situation. I remember well the discussions that we heard then. And one of the issues which saw the least resistance was that many people considered adolescent fertility to be a right at that time. At the Montevideo Consensus, we positioned this as a social and health problem, and therefore we put avoiding it as a priority for public policies. And we put together a set of strategies that are set out between point 10 and 15 of the agreements of the consensus. I think that all of these points are completely relevant today, and we shouldn't change them at all. So the concrete question about what do we have to do, we have to comply with this. We have to implement it, because what's happening is that adolescents and youth who could implement their rights are the ones who have the highest social capital, who have education. Meanwhile, young women who are living in poverty, Afro-descended women, indigenous women, rural women, young women, often are not able to implement their rights, to exercise their rights. So what we have to do is stop inventing new policies, but rather implement social equity and education and better living conditions in the households to make this a reality. This is something that we see in my country very clearly, I would say crystal clear. In Uruguay, it's very easy to analyze the results of social inequity, because the national health system that we have stratifies the sectors for those who have the lowest income into the public sector, and those with the highest income tend to be in the private sector. So when we analyze the results against this indicator of adolescent fertility, we can see a decline across all the sectors. However, structural inequality persists in the poorer sectors, with an adolescent fertility which is 4 or 5 times higher than in the private sector. So this is where we can see that in each one of your countries, you're probably facing a similar situation. So the main call here is, beyond health, we need to work towards equity. We need to work with adolescents to improve their education, their health, social projects, and in their households to decrease poverty and to increase their quality of life, their possibilities for work and community projects. I think that adolescent pregnancy has to be something that unites us in this time of huge disruption, and we have to try to keep working together on this issue. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Brioso. You have highlighted that demographic change is not separate from the Montevideo Consensus or from policies. We really need to invest in policies with equity that place rights at the center, and also to recognize the context, right? Because if it weren't for the development traps, then low fertility wouldn't be viewed as a crisis, but rather as an opportunity, and as an opportunity for rights specifically. So thank you very much. So, and you managed to do that in 4 minutes and 58 seconds. So that was excellent. Thank you. So we know that reproductive pathways are changing as our policy demands. So one of the new realities is this delayed childbearing. And another dimension of this same right is what happens when people want to have children later in life and they then encounter new barriers. So I would like now for Youth, the president of the Permanent Forum of the United Nations for Afro-Descendants, Mrs. Curry, to talk about this. Faced with the delayed childbearing, Ms. Curry, how can we integrate into reproductive rights agenda the technologies of assistive reproduction, taking into account biological limitations and gender inequality and limitations in terms of access?
My esteemed colleague that went ahead put me on the spot to stay under 458. I will try my very, very hardest. I am pleased to participate in this important discussion on the implications of delayed motherhood and fatherhood, reproductive rights, and demographic change. In my role as a member of the United Nations Permanent Forum on People of African Descent, I've had the privilege to travel to several Latin American and Caribbean countries and to speak with hundreds of Afro-descendants, particularly women and girls. What is clear from my engagement is that their reproductive health and rights are not adequately protected, respected, or promoted. As confirmed in the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development, concrete measures must be taken to address the compounded gaps evident in sexual and reproductive health services and rights, as well as the multiple intersecting discrimination, structural racism, and socioeconomic inequalities linked to the realities of Blackness and womanhood. Reports indicate that people are having children later in life than previous generations. This trend reflects important socioeconomic transformations, including women's increased participation in education, and we see that in the Caribbean, where we have larger numbers of girls and women in the educational system, also in the labor market, in terms of access to decent work. There is also the concern around persistent discrimination in the workplace, economic uncertainty, changing family patterns, limited childcare services and parental leave, and insufficient sharing of care responsibilities between men and women, housing constraints, and evolving aspirations regarding parenthood. These issues have repeatedly emerged in our discussions with Afro-descendants across this region. In this context, assisted reproductive technologies, including fertility, preservation, and medically assisted reproduction, have received increasing attention. These technologies can play an important role in expanding reproductive options for individuals and couples who wish to have children later in life or who face infertility. However, the integration of assisted reproduction technologies into reproductive rights agenda requires a careful human rights approach, and this we have found to be missing. Allow me to mention 3 quick points. First, it is important to recognize biological realities. While technological advances have expanded reproductive responsibilities, they cannot eliminate the biological dimensions of reproduction. Public information and health policies should therefore provide accurate, evidence-based information about fertility, reproductive aging, and possibilities and limitations on assisted reproductive technologies. Respect for autonomy requires that individuals be able to make informed decisions based on reliable information rather than unrealistic expectations about what technology can guarantee them. Second, access to assisted reproductive technology should be approached as an issue of equality and non-discrimination. Today, these technologies remain inaccessible to many people because of cost, geographic disparities, inadequate healthcare coverage, social exclusion. In many contexts, access is particularly limited for people living in poverty, rural communities, migrants, persons with disabilities, LGBTQI persons, as well as racial and ethnic minorities. This is a particular concern for Afro-descendant women and girls across the region who often face steep barriers that limit their access to assisted reproductive technologies like safe IVF, modern contraception, safe maternal care, safe abortion care, and basic reproductive health care. This occurs due to intersecting structural and systemic racism, limited and linked to the legacies of chattel enslavement and colonialism, severe socioeconomic disparities, geographic centralization of private high-tech clinics, and discriminatory healthcare practices that assume certain things, particularly about Black bodies. A rights-based approach therefore requires efforts to reduce inequalities and advance access to reproductive medicine. Third, discussions on assisted reproduction must be grounded in gender equality. The postponement of parenthood is often presented as an individual choice, particularly for women. Yet these decisions are frequently shaped by socioeconomic and structural factors, as previously indicated. Women should not be placed in a position where they feel compelled to delay parenthood in order to achieve economic security and professional advancement. The appropriate response is not simply to expand access to reproductive technologies. It must also be to create the socioeconomic conditions that allow people to have children when they choose to do so. At the heart of these three human rights approaches mentioned above is the requirement that states place reproductive rights and agency at the center of the public health policies, recognizing the most marginalized in our societies. The question is not how to increase birth rates. The question is how to ensure that all people can freely decide whether, when, and how to inform and to form their families and have access to measures necessary to realize these decisions without discrimination, coercion, or unnecessary barriers. Within such a framework, such reproductive technologies should be understood neither as demographic tools nor as luxury services. They should be integrated as part of a comprehensive approach to sexual and reproductive health and rights that respects dignity, autonomy, equality, and informed choice. In line with the work of the Permanent Forum on People of African Descent, it is also essential to examine systemic racism effects assessed to reproductive health care, including fertility services and assisted reproductive technologies. Therefore, a truly inclusive approach to reproductive rights must address not only economic barriers, because I know that's a tendency for countries to focus on the economic barriers, but we need to be honest with ourselves about the structural inequalities that impede access to reproductive rights. As societies navigate demographic change and delayed parenthood, assisted reproductive technologies can contribute to expanding reproductive choice. But technology alone cannot secure reproductive rights. A rights-based approach must combine access to reproductive technologies with policies that promote gender equality, social protection, racial justice, quality healthcare, and equal opportunities. And I'm wrapping up, Madam Chair. Ultimately, reproductive freedom means more than the availability of medical technologies. It means ensuring that all individuals can make informed decisions about parenthood and have the social, economic, and healthcare conditions necessary to realize these decisions with dignity and equality, including all Afro-descendant peoples, especially women, girls, and youth. The Montevideo Consensus dedicates specific priority measures to people of African descent, and I am so happy about that. It calls on Latin American Caribbean countries to eliminate structural racism and statistical invisibility, and Black women are particularly invisible in global statistics. And I say that and hoping my colleagues in UN Women, UNFPA, and others that do data collection with respect to women and girls in this region highlight and emphasize particularly the concerns and the invisibility of women and girls. We must integrate racial inequality into sustainable development. We know that the Sustainable Development Goals do not mention people of African descent. They do not. So we have to we know that when you're not mentioned, you're not measured, you're not planned for, you're not budgeted for, laws are not really going to focus on what is important to you. So we must make the extra effort through our sustainable development efforts to ensure that our rights-based public policies are centered and recognize those most vulnerable and marginalized, particularly people of African descent. This is imperative as we work together toward the advancement of the right to health, including reproductive health, without discrimination for all human beings across this region. Madam, I thank you and I apologize for taking a bit of time extra.
Thank you, Ms. Curry, and your participation expands our outlook and the view of cross-sectionality and persistent discrimination and systematic racism. Reproductive rights involve unwanted pregnancies and also the reproductive intentions when a person wishes to have children. But these possibilities are not equally described, and this is very important to consider the implications, the non-economic physical implications, but also the psychological implications in families and women who go through these assisted reproduction processes. I would also like to highlight something that is very important, namely the enormous need of redoubling efforts for statistical purposes. So that is where you can count on the support of the Population Fund in this regard. Now, to help us understand these inequalities, I would like to invite Professor Wanda Cabella. Professor, what can account for the coexistence of low fertility on one hand and high fertility in adolescents in the Latin American and Caribbean countries? And what does this paradox reveal in regards of the inequalities in terms of the exercise of sexual and reproductive rights in the context of the Montevideo Consensus? The floor is yours. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your invitation. I'm very happy to be part of this panel, and I will try to answer Sabrina's question. Of course, I will have to rush through my presentation. I hope this won't be too much. I will start with the second part of the question. Latin America stands out for a specific combination of total fertility and adolescent fertility for a long time. Total fertility began to drop, but adolescent fertility was maintained at high levels, maybe amongst the highest in the world, and similar to those in sub-Saharan Africa. This was like a paradox and gave rise to study and policies that were successful. So adolescent fertility dropped to quite significant values in some countries, but it nevertheless remains high. But this paradox of decoupling between total fertility and adolescent fertility is much less present in the agenda. This does not imply that Of course, there is still a lot of adolescent fertility concentrated in the more vulnerable sectors, and it's not so easy to decrease that. But partly also, based on the fertility studies, the research agenda and the policy agenda has also shifted to a certain extent, particularly the research agenda, because Latin America converges with a global process in terms of drop in fertility rates that is unprecedented, very low levels already in the 2010s. In Colombia, for example, within 3 to 4 years, they dropped from a global fertility to 1.1. Uruguay is at the same level, Chile, Costa Rica as well. So the countries tend to drop their fertility rates. This does not imply that there are not major inequalities, but there is like a certain convergence. So what I'm concerned about is to dive deeper into the question asked by Sabrina, and this has to do with the reproductive decisions. So the question is not about how much the fertility rate drops or how it has changed, but who can decide on the reproductive life and with what real possibilities. So this leads us to step apart from the language of rights and go towards one of the reproductive agenda and how unequal is the distribution of that capacity to decide not to have children or to have children and to bring the children up in secure and safe environments. So without denying that this has to be linked to the language of rights, but we have to go over to the language of an agency, of implementing such rights and how these are unequally distributed. So the reproductive agency is not only about the legal capacity to decide, but its effective capacity of projecting a future. We speak about a narrative for the future and how this affects the decisions involving fertility. So who has that real margin to decide between different alternatives in terms of motherhood and parent and fatherhood? So this capacity of projecting the future and feeling that you can control part of that future, and this is not equally distributed. So deciding not to have children or postponing the decision to have children implies the will to preserve who you are at present and not to become a different person. That possibility of looking at your own present and sustaining it implies that that present works relatively well. This is a discussion that has shifted over to the philosophers I'm working with, but this has led me to delve deeper into that world. So for those persons, that future is something that works relatively well. And to a certain extent, this is a form of privilege. However, if we look at adolescent women, that narrative of the future is not that present. Maybe motherhood is not in a future menu of possible paths. That is where we can have the most evident way of the unequal distribution of that agency in the sense of what you can imagine. There are different types of futures regarding potential motherhood. Of course, there are young women who wish to have children at an early age. So their early motherhood not only might be a decision among several options, but it's like the absence of future alternatives. So that reproductive agency is not only regarding the lack of access to methods, but this also carries its weight. So to finish, this reproductive agency is not part of this group of decisions, which has to do with reproductive decisions and to bring up children in a safe way. This is strongly related to the concept that persons who wish to have children should also consider having them inadequate context, that these won't be excluded children, that they will have the capacity of bringing up their children, not because capacity in a sense of consumption thresholds that become increasing barriers to having children, but to have neighborhoods where children can play without being hit by a bullet, which is something that is happening in Montevideo, for example, and probably in other parts of the world. So to close, this is what I wanted to mention. We have to sort of shift the agenda of research and policies, not so much to that misalignment of total adolescent fertility, but also to think about this, to reflect on the inequality between countries and within each country, the effective capacity to project your future and to have a reproductive agency in order to decide when to have children and how to bring them up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wanda. Very interesting, very complex what you've shared. I would like to highlight the necessity to think about agency in our context and also the importance of this, the interdisciplinary nature of this issue. This is what we're working towards. We're trying to understand this paradox. I think you've reminded us as well that some demographic figures do conceal profound inequalities. So the question isn't how much should adolescent fertility reduce, but who can decide under what conditions and what are their true possibilities of having that agency to take these decisions. So from this perspective, I would like to now invite Veronica Aspidos-Klenyan to share about your experience of the network of indigenous professionals in Argentina. What challenges does sexual and reproductive health rights apply to women in an indigenous professionals context? You have the floor. Hi, Marie Kombuche. Dear colleagues from the indigenous movement across Latin America, to all of my colleagues from the Afro-Uruguayan community, thank you for giving us this possibility to think together. I come from the historic Mapuche area of Argentina, and I want to share this. I want to share Mapuche thinking about sexual and reproductive health, not as a homogeneous narrative that comes from the West in terms of sexual and reproductive health from a liberal premise, but rather I want to suggest a need for a shift in this epistemological sense, because the indigenous peoples constitute our rights under the premise that has to do with the sense of the community and grounded in the territory. So therefore, there's a large difference between white feminism and what they have put in a slogan, which is "My body, my decision," as if that body or that decision was a decision of one body that's taking place in a historical context that has to do with the belonging to a culture or a history. And if it didn't have any type of link to a macro decision, which has to do with belonging to a people and a territory that has suffered from genocide. So therefore, we have made up our own definition of this based on our own knowledge and our own Mapuche system. We have a different notion of the body. The body is we think of the body as something emotional, mental, physical, and ancestral. And this ancestral body is rooted in the territory. And this, when people are evicted from their territory, we suffer because we don't have the possibility to take possession of the territory or the lands. Therefore, when we don't have that certainty, that legal certainty, the emotional body and the mental body is not prepared to be able to live well in that territory. In Argentina, since Milei's era, there have been 70 evictions of indigenous communities. This morning, 2 further Mapuche communities were evicted in Villa Langostura, Los Eduquero and Los Melo. Therefore, this possibility of being able to think how we can repopulate those territories that have been taken away from us, how we can achieve this. First of all, we have to talk about the structural factors that have conditioned this situation in terms of the territorial situation. So therefore, the possibility of being able to think about a life project, not at an individual level, but at the level of the Mapuches, we first of all have this first premise, which is respect for the territory and the constitutional guarantees for being able to stay in our territories. Furthermore, there is a problem which lies not just in the desire to repopulate Mapuche territory, but there's an additional problem in terms of wanting to sustain or at least to build territorial autonomy and to have self-governance. But that is in tension with this individual desire, because if we didn't have a memory of the past from which we came, and the past from which we've come is the genocide caused by the Chilean state. So therefore, how would it be possible that we would not want to repopulate and to overcome this situation, but we don't have the conditions, the necessary conditions for us, women, children, when they are in their fertile period, to be able to make projects for their lives. So I would also like to talk about fertility which was desired but not achieved, because fertility which was desired and not achieved in Argentina has to do with pollution from agrochemicals. I come from the wetlands where 65% of the land has been fumigated with agrochemical products, and there have been endocrinological effects resulting from this, and there's also perinatal deaths and terminations during gestation, and we have these so-called miscarriages, not just in this territory, but also in the territories where we see that there's been poisoning of the water due to the exploitation caused by mining. We also have fracking, where we have the vaca muerta, which has also caused endocrinological disruptions in women. So the question is, why does this not appear in the statistical data? Well, it doesn't. We don't have evidence for these events which have been silenced because the state of Argentina has decided not to document this, not to register it. It's not just, this hasn't happened by chance. It's not been included in the medical records on purpose. They have deliberately decided not to include the external factors that have caused these so-called miscarriages. So why is this happening as well in Chile? Because we know that there's fumigation happening in the south of Chile, and that this has been happening as well in the forest areas. So in Chile, we have external factors are only recorded if the medical staff decides to record an external factor due to agrochemical exposition or pollution from metals. And since this is not classified, nobody records it. So because if we don't have the specific a form that is needed to record the event, how are we going to have evidence showing that a large part of desired but not fertility that isn't achieved is due to these external factors? In Argentina, there's a structural gap after 40 years of democracy, which has not included the ethnic variable. They don't include this in records, in historical records. This data is omitted. So this is an important question. How is it possible that after 40 years of democracy, they have not included this information in these statistics and in these specific records to do with sexual and reproductive health? And here I would like to ask a question. We've made so much progress within white feminism. We've made so much progress that we don't even have this question about ethnical variability in these official forms. So how are we going to put together a policy where we can denounce obstetric violence when we're not even acknowledging that there's a linguistic barrier to access to these hospital or medical centers because they're speaking a language that isn't homogeneous? So clearly the interaction between with the doctors is already part of a structural inequality. So this is also not documented in the prenatal or perinatal forms. This information is also omitted. We don't have this information on what the language that's spoken or on your ethnic origin. So we would like to make a couple of suggestions regarding how to incorporate these important codes into the system, not just for the Argentine state, into the CIE, but this is important for Latin America and the Caribbean. We want this to take place we want what's happening in our territories to be registered, to be documented. And we also want to open up a process of inter-epistemic dialogue, which means that to the extent that we want to be measured and evaluated, we have to have a system of indicators of well-being that apply to our peoples. We can't be measured nor analyzed nor quantified using other parameters that don't correspond with our own logic. Thank you.
Thank you. This reminds us that guaranteeing sexual and reproductive rights requires acknowledging cultural diversity, territorial diversity, and the ethnic diversity of our region, and also to ensure that policies and research in fact respond to the various realities and needs of persons and communities in the territories, but also involves integrating how the body is understood in all its dimensions. We also, once again, heard an appeal to the statistical visibility. Following this reflection, I would like to invite Mrs. Sabrina Pachon to speak about the challenges faced by persons with disabilities in practicing their sexual and reproductive rights. Mrs. Pachon, what are the main barriers faced by persons with disabilities to fully exercise their sexual and reproductive rights? And what policies should be implemented to ensure the effective exercise of such rights among persons with disabilities? There's no audio. I will start with an idea that for me organizes everything else. In our region, the main barrier is an institutional design that still confuses having a disability with being unable to decide. This confusion translates into concrete barriers. The first is attitudinal. Persons with disabilities continue to be treated as subjects incapable of making fundamental decisions about our lives and our bodies. Once this assumption takes hold, the ones who end up deciding about contraception, motherhood, fatherhood, or the exercise of our sexuality are not us, but our families or whichever professional happens to be involved. I want to be precise. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in Article 12 recognizes that all persons have the legal capacity on an equal basis. Additionally, the committee of the convention went further in general comment number 1. We must move from a model that substitutes the person's will to one that supports them so that they can decide for themselves. However, this shift has not yet reached health services. The second barrier is accessibility, and this is more every day than it sounds. It is not enough for the service to exist. If the information is not available in the adequate format, if the staff is not trained, if the consultation is addressed to the companion rather than the person with the disability, what is lost is confidentiality and the free informed consent. The Convention has made this clear. The absence of reasonable accommodation is, in itself, a form of discrimination. The third barrier is, in my view, the most serious one: reproductive coercion. In the region, we have sterilization, contraception, and abortion without consent. These fall disproportionately on women and girls. This coercion also affects men with disabilities. The incidence is lower and far less documented, but it does exist. And this stems from the same prejudices, namely the concept that they will not be able to exercise responsible parenthood or the fear that they may transmit their disability. This is not a matter of the past, you know. These practices continue to be practiced on the suggestion of doctors in different fields of health. Whether this is on the body of a woman or that of a man, the underlying rationale is the same: to decide on behalf of someone else and on behalf of their disability. Delegitimizing that desire is as violent as imposing a sterilization. The Montevideo Consensus in Measure 57 committed to eradicate this practice, explicitly naming women with disabilities. The commitment is there, but what is missing is complying with that commitment. So what do we need? What policies do we need? From my standpoint, there are three very specific ones. First, that the decision-making support should stop being the exception and become a quality standard in the services. This should be, together with a person's free and informed consent, at the center. In addition to that, Measure 33 of the consensus already forces to expressly considered the needs of persons with disabilities. Furthermore, Measure 46 demands that the resources should be made available to do this without discrimination. The second policy involves comprehensive education of accessible sexuality throughout the life cycle and co-designed together with persons with disabilities. We have to be there and with the families, but with this very specific clarification that I want to mention here. The problem is not about care, but rather the care burden. When these burdens fall on a family without support, they end up conditioning and sometimes replacing the reproductive decisions of the person with disabilities. And this is a result of the burden of care. And these do not operate alone. They blend with fears and with socially reproduced prejudices that not infrequently are echoed or upheld by health professionals themselves. Thirdly, and to close, data. As long as information systems do not break down by disability, sex, age, territory, and ethno-racial identity from the very design, then these inequalities will continue to be statistically invisible. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Pachon. And I think this reminds us of something that is of fundamental importance. Having a disability does not imply being unable to decide. Guaranteeing sexual and reproductive rights implies going from replacing decisions to creating the conditions and the support so that each person can freely decide on their body, on their sexuality, and on their reproductive project. This also requires fighting against prejudices and any form of coercion, and to ensure policies that are really accessible and inclusive. So thank you very much for this first round of answers. And along this round, we have been able to cover various dimensions of the progress achieved, the new realities, the new reproductive rights, the persisting inequalities and realities, and also discriminations, as well as the need of having inclusive responses in terms of rights and persons. I'd now like to open up a space so that the panel can give us feedback on what they have heard. Does anyone here wish to make any comments? Please let me know. And if that is not the case, we'd like now to ask another question that I address to all of you. Each one will have time, not as much time. We would say 3 minutes each, in the same order as we started. The question that I'm posing is, how can the Montevideo Consensus contribute to reducing territorial, social, gender, generational, and ethno-racial inequalities, both as regards unwanted fertility and to desired but unrealized fertility? Let us start with you, Dr. Leonel Brioso. Well, this is a difficult question because this means implementing what we're trying to respond to in your first question. I think that the core concept that we have to promote and that the Montevideo Consensus proposed is that of reproductive justice. Reproductive justice takes a step forward, I think, in the direction of what Professor Wanda Cabella was saying, in the sense that the rights as such, if they're not landed in the specific reality of the decisions that are made by women, by partners and families, are just words on paper. The concept of reproductive rights has to do with implementing things in daily practice. And the other topic that I think is of key importance is that the decisions from the reproductive standpoint have to account for the entire scope of possibilities. We, in Uruguay, during the government of the former president José Mujica, who was a historic moment when the Montevideo Consensus was approved during his tenure, in the country, we saw a true revolution of sexual and reproductive rights. And I always mention this because it is important to be aware that 1 year following the law of voluntary interruption of pregnancy, which was the one that tried to ensure the right to interrupt unwanted pregnancies, 1 year following that, the regulation of the law on assisted fertility was voted. This gave all women the rights, regardless of their income level, to pay for a modern technique of assisted reproduction through an entity that we call the National Resources Fund in Uruguay. So this involves two decisions that have to do with reproductive health and also includes all the others. So this is what we have to do. We have to try to take equity through the concept of reproductive justice and to widen the basis so that all rights are applied in all places. Thank you. I now give the floor to you, Mrs. Curry.
I would like to take this opportunity to really talk about synergies and why there needs to be a stronger synergy between this very awesome Montevideo Consensus, this document that speaks to us in this region, and how do we link that to the global context. And I'm thinking specifically in terms of the United Nations Permanent Forum on People of African Descent, established in 2022, which looks at the human rights, lives, and livelihoods of people of African descent. Now, we've looked at the situation of women, we've looked at the situation of health, but we need to be more concrete. And I see this as an opportunity to use the Montevideo Consensus to engage more strategically people of African descent. I mentioned in my presentation that the United Nations Sustainable 2030 Agenda does not specifically mention people of African descent. This is important because the Montevideo Consensus does. And there's an opportunity to bring this into the global space. We meet annually in Geneva or New York. We're going to meet next year in Addis. But I think it's a chance for us in the region to speak about this convention in another setting, to speak about it during this second decade for people of African descent. I will say that anti-racism mechanisms globally are under attack. There is an opportunity for us using the Montevideo Consensus to say, listen, we have a specific chapter and the governments and the people of this region are going to do all that they can to ensure that the rights, the lives, and the livelihoods of people of African descent are protected, respected, and promoted, including their right to health, their right to sexual reproductive health and rights, and all the challenges that particularly women and girls of African descent are facing. We must do better at building that gap between the regional and the international and ensuring that we, people of African descent, can be seen more clearly in the work that's being done together at both levels. I can't stress this enough, that we, people of African descent, globally, our agendas are under attack. And so we're talking about limiting resources to our agendas. This is an opportunity for us to strengthen through this regional consensus, to strengthen what it is we do and to do it even better. We have the next 10 years, and if we can fit that in, that'll be perfect. I'll leave it right there. There's much more I can say, but I think that the Permanent Forum and this body needs to come together so that we can have greater synergies, we can work together. We are not an operational entity. We are also an advisory. So we want to be. I'm so happy to be here to say a little bit about what we do. But we encourage that dialogue and encourage the efforts to promote people of African descent. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Curry.
I give you the floor, Wanda. So I tend to look at the data in the Montevideo Consensus. I know that we can work more on the items that have been considered. For example, I believe that all the indicators that are worked on, for example, desired or undesired, intended or non-intended fertility, were important indicators, and they've revealed a lot about this reality in terms of fertility and couples. But we're starting to see its limitations. And I think that one of the aspects that could be improved in terms of the consensus is to think a little bit more about what the indicators are revealing, what they're not revealing, what are their constraints, and what indicators should we be thinking about in terms of this unmet fertility. And I think this is starting to become an important issue here, as it has already been in other countries. So I think that would be a very interesting issue to touch on, this issue of unmet fertility that it has been desired. So that's, I think, something very important that we could work on. And then looking at this issue of rights, access to fertility policies, and assistive reproductive technologies, I think we can have a discussion about what are the limits in terms of what's ethical, what's not ethical. It'd be interesting to hear some discussions on this. Would it be like, for example, is it worth freezing my eggs at the age 27? Is that a right that you have when you're age 27? Of course, I don't have the answer. I'm just worried about this issue because I understand that companies are also encouraging this postponed maternity, and they even pay people, they pay women to freeze their eggs. So I just want to bring this issue up from a different sort of perspective as a concerned citizen. How can we place this issue in an ethical setting? Of course, we have to look at the technical aspects that are necessary, but not just thinking about it as something like, oh, well, we all have the right to access these rights and we all have the right to postpone, etc. Thank you very much, Professor. Veronica? So we have 6 proposals. The first is the incorporation of the ethnic variability with the linguistic variable in the specific records of sexual and reproductive health, which we have several of them in Argentina, but the most important is the access to IVF. And then we have the CIF forum which has to do with prenatal areas, antenatal issues. And then for and we also have outpatient consultations. We also have to think about policies for how to promote linguistic capacities in the health sphere, and obviously in terms of vital statistics when for births and deaths. Thirdly, we have to incorporate the specific code for environmental pollution in ICD-10. That cannot be an option. It has to be obligatory. They can't choose whether they're going to fill it out or whether they're not, depending on how many patients they have, but rather it has to be obligatory for the medical staff to fill that form out. Then we have the issue of public financing. We you can't create a policy for something that doesn't exist. So how can I put together the evidence? Well, I have to do it by carrying out research in order to be able to document and record something, because so that we can discover the epidemiological cause of this unwanted and endocrinological disruption. So we have to focus there on who is financed within the state research agencies. In Argentina, less than 3% of the population that goes to university and the CONICET, the research organization, are indigenous. Another piece of information, those of us who have done doctorates or postdoctorates are not allowed to read out our thesis in our own languages. So we have to adapt ourselves to the structural requirements of the university, the Argentine universities. We also are limited in terms of which language we're able to publish in. And then there's another debt, which has to do with an indicator which refers to perinatal care. So there's a practice in indigenous women, which is to return the placenta, and there's no protocol for that in Argentina. So after a pregnant woman has given birth in the hospital gives them the placenta. They should do that as something because it was part of their human body. So that there's no protocol for that in Argentina, and we've experienced many problems in the north of Argentina due to this problem, because the conditions in which the placenta is handed over to them. So when we have managed that for the placenta to be returned, but it's not handed over to us in an adequate way. This is why we need protocols to protect this process. And the second issue has to do with the fact that that women who have been evicted from our territories and who go to hospitals to give birth, we don't have territories in which we can hand over our placentas. So we have to think about how we can create those spaces which for us are sacred cultural places and practices, and how can we protect this without running the risk of becoming objects of tourism by the state, or having our territories sacrificed to the extractive industries and for private property. So this is, I think, all related to sexual and reproductive health and rights for indigenous women. This dimension is included. This doesn't just happen in human bodies. There's also this non-human dimension that lives in the territory, which is the ancestral body, and we have to protect that as well as a sacred territory, not just to protect private property as sacred land. Thank you very much, Veronica. I will give the floor now to Sabrina Pachon. You have the floor, Sabrina. In line with the Montevideo Consensus, this is a support that allows us to take into account the variable of being able to want to have children. The possibility of these advances help us to realize what's happened in our region. In 2024, our region saw an increase in 1.8 . 1.8 children per woman. And we also want to, and has also seen the highest adolescent fertility rate in the world, just after Africa. A low rate doesn't imply poor reproductive autonomy. This could respond to unmet fertility. To reduce fertility, we have to take care of the issues of sexual comprehensive education and quality healthcare. We have to prevent violence for adolescents in rural areas and in remote areas, for indigenous peoples and for Afro-descendant persons, and for persons with disabilities. The measures of the Montevideo Consensus from 33 to 36 provide an architecture for this. For desired fertility, we see that demography is going in one direction. Then we have economic and social barriers. And here we have to take great care because there's a distinction that's sometimes lost. The objective of a rights policy is not for people to have more children, but rather the idea is that people who want to have children are able to do that. Sometimes both of these points coincide, but in both cases, the central point is the person's autonomy and not the state's demographic target. This is why decent work is important, housing, but above all, care in both spheres. This is why it is important to guarantee services such as nurseries from early childhood and to redistribute the burden of care. Not just in homes, but also within families and the state. Because whilst the burden continues to fall disproportionately on women, having a child will mean something different according to the person who has the child. For persons with disabilities, I would add something else. We have to remove prejudices about persons with disabilities becoming parents. We have to support parents. And above all, we have to guarantee that those who already have children do not lose their children due to these prejudices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Pachon, and thanks to all the members of the panel. What a task to reflect on your comments and on your words. These reflections take us back to a central idea of the Montevideo Consensus that don't try to respond to fertility, trying to influence on the reproductive decisions of the persons, but to create rather the conditions so that these decisions can be freely practiced with equality, with reproductive justice as well. And this also to close the gaps. This implies also reducing the enduring inequalities. For example, those who wish to put an end to unwanted pregnancy or those who have a desire to have a child. And that is where the Montevideo Consensus maintains its full timeliness and where we speak about the opportunity of contributing to the Montevideo Consensus and incorporate this with other fora throughout the world. For example, the Forum on Afro-Descendants. Also, human rights and differentiated policies capable of responding to inequalities and to the specific realities that involve all persons in our region. I'd also like to highlight the need of rethinking the measurements and the formulation of the indicators to truly reflect the realities of the persons, the aspirations of the persons, clear recommendations on variables and that affect public funding, in addition to the protocols that have to do with respecting the human bodies and the various parts. Thank you very much for your reflections. We now open the floor for questions and comments from the floor, and I'd like to ask the assistants to help us with the microphones. You can raise your hand, and when you take the floor, introduce yourselves briefly, but we'll try to take as many questions as we can, but we also need to listen to the answers, so make your questions short. I'm not wearing my glasses, but I have seen 5 hands raised. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Short questions, please. Good afternoon. I'm Olga Montúfar from the Network of Indigenous and Afro-Descendant Women with Disabilities. I'd like to refer to the menstrual issues because women with disabilities, Afro-descendant women, have limited access to sanitary towels. There's no information in accessible formats. So particularly regarding translation into specific indigenous languages. Thank you. Let us continue with a comment. I'm Mabel Bianco from Argentina. I will speak on behalf of Argentine women of a civil society and the academia, those who came and those who could not come. And what we wish to say is that, as you are aware, Argentina, that is not here, for 30 months now has interrupted but has closed down the Ministry of Women, but has suspended all the programs involving the defense of women, girls, and diversity. This has brought about the closing down of programs such as protection of unwanted pregnancies in adolescents, the access to contraceptive methods. Last year, the government bought 834 condoms to distribute throughout the country, and we now have the consequences of that policy because child mortality started to increase, maternal deaths also increased, and we now see an increase of femicides. So what we want to state is that in addition to this, the fact that Argentina has adhered to the Pact for the Defense of Women, which is a Geneva Pact, this only implies that they are violating all the laws of the country, even the national constitution that guarantees comprehensive sexual education, access to contraceptive methods, and safe abortion and free abortion. So that is why we'd like to say that Argentina, on behalf of the government, has to comply with its responsibilities. Having subscribed to this only makes it clear things that are not complied with and how Argentina remains a country where education, sexual education, contraceptive methods, and abortion still are present. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Luz Arawanga, a peasant from Ecuador, born in the mountains in the heart of the Amazon forest. For us, being here in this event on population and development, well, this is the very first time that we can participate as a network of rural women of America, the Americas and the Caribbean, created by Vanessa Almeida back in the 90s. Now, listening to the brilliant presentations that have been made, all this leads us to think about when someday in that panel we might have women from the countries, women who are working to feed the world, women who look after water, seed, and healthy nutrition, who seek the common good of societies. But this also leads me to think, and with all due respect, I ask myself whether we have disaggregated real data on how many girls and adolescents, including those of the Amazon forest, in 6 or 7 countries, including Ecuador, do we have disaggregated data? Because I sometimes ask Line when we spoke about violence in Quito, and I asked Line, do you have information on violence against as women of Pasasa? And she said, that is where the East is. She's sort of, so statistics are hardly ever taken from the grassroots. They are taken in the urban areas for urban conditions. Millions of women are at a disadvantage. Girls and adolescents are left at a disadvantage. They don't even know that we are discussing here about mortality, about sexual and reproductive health. We are speaking about decrease or increase in the population. So I think that it would be very positive, and I'd like to thank the UNFPA that has allowed me to come here. We're here with Ana Yancy Perez, an expert from Panama, with whom we are in charge of the Red Lake Secretariat. So I'd like to ask you that when you are going to reflect in, and this is something that it was mentioned by the Mapuche speaker, we should also make a survey on people who speak the languages of every indigenous population in the forest, because we as rural women include Afro women, indigenous women, Montubias, the Cholos, the whites, and the mixed race. And in the rural workers, we have those that produce right from the top of the mountains, on the sides of the hills, and those who are on the rivers and on the seas. We are the pillar for the development of people, and we please ask you that in the future opportunities, someone from our sisters from the land can also share this space here. Thank you very much. I'm Lise Garces Aguablanca, delegate of the Continental Link of Indigenous Women of the Uwa people. My question and the scenario is to speak about demography, to speak about numbers. But this should not only remain in the numbers. We as indigenous women give life, and it is others who decide on our behalf. They don't support our position. They don't respect our original laws. We have been deprived of our territories. We have lost the seeds of life, because as indigenous women, we do not only speak about women, we speak about seeds, we speak about youth, we speak about the elderly, we speak about all our population, about our people, because we don't think individually. We think with a collective mindset as a community, in our feeling, in Mother Earth, because this is not mentioned. This position is not taken into account, the defense of Mother Earth, because this is the last thing what we think about. And Mother Earth provides our food. And that is where these numbers very often do not reflect us. These numbers are taken by someone from outside, because nobody is aware of the true realities of our territories. Nobody knows how many girls are affected in our territories. These numbers are just numbers. But in this space, this should serve to make a profound analysis of what these gaps really are, what these barriers are that we as indigenous women have in our territories. So this is our position as indigenous women, not just to think about one, but to think about everyone, to think about a community, to think about our future. Greetings. I'm Leonardo Arias. I'm delegate of the Permanent Assembly on Human Rights in Argentina. My area of expertise is on migrations. I'm a migrant. I'm an activist on human rights of the migration population in Argentina. And something that I found somehow amusing, well, if there's a demographic issues, let us fill the countries with migrants. And I think that is where the problem lies, because migrants have been part of the history of our countries. Argentina is an example, but the other Latin American countries as well. We have been considered as a way of populating what is unpopulated. And it is in that sense that I would like to mention something and ask the panel, how do you consider the situation of migrants in the region, considering the drift that is taking place and that governments are promoting, particularly in the case of Argentina, for example, but not excluding Decree 366 of 25 that criminalizes and includes the migration collectives that inhabit in Argentina, exclude them from health services. Decree 681, through some thought of open cause as a hate message, can expel from Argentina migrants who criticize what we can describe as state, government, or nation. So this is one of the principles. My question is, well, what about the cause of migration, the real conditions in the countries? I'm from Ecuador. I'm an Ecuadorian. I love my country and I also love Argentina, but I cannot stop thinking about my country and the cruel military apparatus that affects the lives of young people and children of an entire population. Let me give you an example. The 4 children from the Malvinas Islands, they first disappeared and then they were killed. And the state of Ecuador hasn't even apologized to speak of this before speaking about human rights in this honorable assembly made up by people who defend civil society that really face the difficult situations. So that is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much to the honorable panel. Thank you for being here. From UN Human Rights, we welcome the organization of this panel, and for UNFPA, we'd like to thank the panelists for their contributions and the specific solutions so that the states can design public policies that respond to the situation involving the drop in fertility in the countries of the region, and all this without committing human rights, the reproductive autonomy, and gender equality, particularly that of women and adolescent women in the entire diversity. From the standpoint of human rights, we share the reflections made by Kane Curry, chair of the Permanent Forum of Afro-Descendants at the UN. The drop in fertility should not be solely analyzed as a challenge, as a demographic challenge or an economic challenge, but this should also be analyzed as the expression of a change in practicing rights, particularly exercising reproductive and sexual rights, gender equality, access to education, to decent jobs, racial justice, and care systems. The challenge for public policies is to respond to these transformations without promoting measures that limit the autonomy of persons on their reproductive decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all of you. We have come to the end of our panel. We've been left with the message that the decline in fertility does not imply challenge in itself. The challenge is how to respond to these demographic changes, especially if all people in all their diversity, in all their territories, are able to exercise their rights and fulfill their collective aspirations, which are extremely intimate and personal in a state of on an equal basis in liberty and in justice. I would like to express my sincere thanks to our panelists for their extremely valuable contributions, and also to all of you for your questions, for your comments, for your participation. And with this brings our first panel of the conference to a close. Thank you very much. So we're coming towards the end of our second day's proceedings. Thank you to the panelists, to Sabrina as moderator, and we will see each other tomorrow at 9 o'clock to begin the final session of this conference on population and development.